Right, testing, testing. Just making sure I don't have YouTube open anywhere and I can hear myself play back like yesterday. I think we're good.
Yeah, you sound good, KJ.
Hi, everyone. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
And good morning. Just a reminder, can the interpreters have spotlight ability, please? Thank you.
And Julie and Christina, if you guys can wait until after your introductions before sharing your PowerPoint so everyone can see you guys at least one time.
Okay.
during the session.
Yep. Great.
Those who are watching live will be able to see you guys, but the recording will only capture the spotlighted person, which will be our interpreters.
Okay. Good to know.
Everyone could go ahead and turn on their cameras in case. Thanks.
Good morning and welcome to the third day of our GODA Conference. To the newbies, and welcome back to you all who have continuously joined us. And we're appreciating all the positive feedback that we're getting, and we don't mind if you keep sending it. It is very encouraging. So again, good morning. My name is Alicia Valiant. I'm with the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. I'm an African-American woman with shoulder-length brown hair. I wear glasses with a black frame. Today I have on bright red lipstick, a black dress, a necklace with red beads and silver hoops. And our first session of our conference today will be Exceptional Lives, online parent engagement hub for families of kids with disabilities. The presenters will be Christina Kozik and Julie McKinney. And if I pronounced either name incorrectly, please correct me. They are with Exceptional Lives, and you can read the description for this session and their bios on pages 14 and 15 of the conference booklet, which is linked in the chat. So Julie and Christina, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Alicia. So thank you so much to the Governor's Office on Disability Affairs. This is a great conference that we've been part of for a few, we've seen it for a few years, and we're really happy to be presenting today for Exceptional Lives. I'm Julie. I am a white woman in my 50s with short brownish hair, wearing a blue top and blue glasses that don't quite match each other, but hopefully that's okay. So for those of you who are not seeing the screen now, Christina, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Christina Kozik. I am a Latinx woman in my 30s. I have long brown hair, and I am wearing a maroon colored top. And we're just really excited to be here with you guys today.
Yeah. And I forgot to say, so we both work for Exceptional Lives, and I am the director of product content and health literacy. So part of what I do is to make sure the information on our website is really easy to understand and navigate. And Christina?
Yeah, so I'm the community engagement specialist with Exceptional Lives. And my title kind of says it all. I engage the community, and I do that in a couple of different ways. I do that by going out and meeting providers and families in person, presenting at conferences like this, as well as some kind of behind the scenes engagement, helping our social media people, and helping with content creation, as well as hosting the podcast that we have called Just Needs.
So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to tell you about Exceptional Lives, and then we're going to take you on a little tour through the site. I don't know if how many of you have heard about Exceptional Lives before, but we've been operating in Louisiana for 6 years. We launched our website in 2017 that covers the whole state of Louisiana, and we'll show you what that covers. So Exceptional Lives is we've just recently redone our website. So for those of you who have been to our website before and seen our resources, it's going to look a little different now. We've updated it, and we're really excited to sort of roll out the new website. It has all the same information it used to have, but it's organized a little differently, and we'll go over that. But what it is, it's a family engagement hub, and it has all kinds of support for parents, mostly for parents of kids and young adults with disability. We have a few things for adults with disabilities themselves, but most of our information is geared towards parents and caregivers and guardians who are caring for kids with disabilities. So what we do is, let me just, just quickly, we're going to talk about first why it's important for parents to have information and to have guidance to know what to do to get resources and services for their children with disabilities. So what we do is we help people through systems, and we help them find services and help support them emotionally through interactions and content made by other parents. So let's see. So the problem is, I mean, I'm sure many of you have been in this situation, and Christina and I will tell you a little bit about our own situations. But if you're a parent of a kid with a disability, especially in the beginning, when you're not quite sure what's wrong, you're not quite sure how to help them or what's wrong, or what kind of support they need, it's hard to find the information. They often don't know about what are the services to help them, and if their child qualifies. The application process for a lot of government benefits is really complicated, and you go to the website and it's really complicated too. And plus, you go online, you Google whatever it is, and there's so much information. You have to sift through it. Which of this applies to me? Which of this is going to be helpful? And in the meantime, families, you're tired. We know, we've been there. When you're looking for information for your child, you're usually sleep deprived, you're very emotional, very stressed. And so when you do that, and you come up on information on government websites or the school websites, it's going to be that much harder to understand it and really follow the advice if it's not really easy to read. So that's our goal, is to provide resources and support to families that's easy to find, easy to sift through, and easy to understand. And I know this. So I have a child with a disability who's actually 24 now. Hard to believe. And when he was little, it made a huge difference that we got directly connected to early intervention and special education, and he got other government services, and we have SSI. So, getting him connected with those services right away, early on, made a huge difference in helping him his development over his lifetime. So we're trying to help other parents to find those resources as soon as possible. And Christina has a slightly different story, which you can tell them about.
Yeah. So my son is going to be 9 in September. He's going into 4th grade. And when he was about 3 years old, we started noticing that he had some very challenging behaviors. And he was being, repeatedly disciplined at the different daycares we would go to. And then we would have to remove him from a daycare. And nobody was able to kind of tell us anything or point us in a direction. We went to the pediatrician and we said, hey, we have some concerns. And he, was very helpful and suggested we see a behavioral pediatrician, but she had a wait list of 6 months. And so all in all, we spent about 18 months in just survival mode, just trying to make it day to day. We didn't know where to go, who to turn to. We didn't even know what questions to ask the pediatrician to kind of point us in a direction. And so it wasn't until somebody finally suggested Child Search, because by that time he was 4 years old, or about to be 4 years old, and he was too old for early intervention. that we were able to get him in and get him evaluated. And I always share at our very first IEP meeting with the school system, the preschool, the private preschool he was at, told us that they were going to ask us not to come back. And so we were scrambling then, trying to figure out what was our next step going to be. Luckily, the school system was there and they said, you know, we have a spot for him. We were able to get him into public pre-K, and he went into a blended class, and that started our next chapter in our journey, which was going through the public school system. And while we were happy to have him there and we were happy to see him flourishing, there was still so much that I didn't know that I had to learn. And again, wasn't quite sure what questions to ask or where to go. And so having a resource like Exceptional Lives 4 years ago would have been a huge blessing to us, just to know what to expect, what these terms meant, and what our next steps were supposed to be. So now I want to explain, you know, why we kind of do the work that we do. So not only are we living this work, as the majority of the staff members here at Exceptional Lives have a child with a disability at all stages of life, we know that supporting the whole child is very important. We know that families of children with disabilities struggle to find the supports that they need. And the research also shows us that BIPOC families and low-income families are less likely to access the resources and to get the support services that they need for their children. So our goal at Exceptional Lives is to bridge that gap so that way all families have access to resources and get the supports that they need. And so we know that especially children with disabilities, need medical care. Sometimes they need government benefits. And we also know that they, as well as parents and caregivers, need social support. And then there's also an education part, not just education for the child going into school system, but education for the parents and the caregivers. What do these systems look like? What is the process supposed to be? What are the timelines? What are my rights? What are the questions to ask? And so we want to make sure that we, like I said, are kind of standing in that gap to be able to provide these resources to our families so that way they can make informed decisions for their families and for their children. And all of these resources that we have on our website, they're directed for families, but these are ready references that you are able to share with families that you service. So whether you're a SPED teacher or a general ed teacher, or you're working in early childhood, or you're in a therapist office or a mental health professional, a doctor, all of these resources are there for you to just share with your families. So what kind of services do we offer?
So there's a few different kinds of services we offer. We're going to tell you about them a little bit, and then we're going to show you on the website how to find them and what they look like. So the first type is to learn more about the services for your child and how to get them. So we have sort of step-by-step how-to guidance on, for example, how to apply for SSI, how to what services you can get from the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, OCDD. We have how to navigate the special education system, what to do in the beginning, how to monitor services as you go through. All kinds of those complicated processes we break down and just tell you what to do and at what time. So and we also have like all of the contact information numbers and the types of people to call. So we have personalized, we have information that's specialized to the state of Louisiana. So we can talk about certain Louisiana only things like the April Dunn Act, or how their Medicaid waiver system works, things like that. And just to connect it again, as Christina was saying about how we've lived this. So I've written a lot of the how-to guidance for the different topics, and I've been able to draw on my experience of going through all of those processes with my son. So it's coming from a place of understanding, and we hope compassion, and we're trying to make it practical and easy for you to follow the steps you need to get these services. We also have a disability services finder so that you can find local providers and services. We'll tell you about that. You search by zip code, and there's almost 1,000 services listed in the state of Louisiana. Perspectives for parents, we have blogs and podcasts by parent, and also some family interviews on video that give you the perspective of parents, and they have tips and also just sort of emotional support. We want to make people feel that they're not doing this alone. And that's why we also want to make sure that we can help people connect with other families on social media. So Christina will tell you about that in a little bit later. So just quickly about the types of resources again. So we have, this is part of our new organization. We have hub pages that are organized by topic. So you see the topics here that we cover, and there's a hub page on each of these. So there's one all about autism, there's early childhood development, special ed, transition to adulthood, during the high school, middle school, and high school years. We talk about health insurance, reading and literacy, and then SSI and other financial benefits that you can get from the government. And each of these hubs, as you'll see, it includes frequently asked questions, and we have the step-by-step guidance that I talked about, and then blogs that relate to that topic and podcasts. And then we also have terms and acronyms explained for these topics. We have a glossary that we'll show you. So this is sort of our sort of factual and support information that's organized by topic. And as I said, we make a point to have all of our information written in plain language. My background is health literacy, which is all about making complicated health information easy to understand. So that's what we're trying to do with the disability guidance information on our site. And we wanted to make sure that it's available to parents all the time, because we know that a lot of times our website gets a lot of its hits between like 10 at night and 1 in the morning. So we know that you're up late searching for resources. So we want it to be available. One thing that we've made a big point to look at is that our website is now mobile friendly. So if you have a cell phone, we know that there's some connectivity issues in different parts of the state. And so we just want to make sure people know that if you have a phone and you have a smartphone with service, you can get all of our resources, and they're designed to be easy to use on mobile. Disability Services Finder will show you that. You can search by zip code for different types of services and programs. One of the things about this is that it's constantly reviewed. So we go through all of the resources regularly to make sure they're updated. That's the benefit of an online dynamic resource. So we make sure that if a center has closed or a new one is opened or one has changed the services they offer, that we update it as quickly as possible. This is also available in Spanish, as are all of our blogs and a lot of our how-to guidance as well. We'll show you that. Yeah, Christina, why don't you take over from this point?
Yeah, absolutely. So another part that we have here is our perspectives for parents. And so that covers our blogs and our podcast. So all of our blogs have been written by either a member of our team that kind of has some experience with the blog that they're writing, or we get guest blog writers to kind of come in and write some stuff for us. And so we have a range of categories. The categories are kind of similar to the hub topics, but we have blogs around, tax questions, government benefits, and also just how to advocate for your child. Or one of my favorite blog pieces is, my child has a disability and I don't. How do I find role models for them? So we have, some blog pieces that are very informative, that give you a lot of information. And then we also have some that just remind you, you're not alone. We're either here with you or we've been through it, and we're able to relate and help kind of point you in the direction you need to go. And then we also have our video interviews, which are done by the lovely Sydney on our team. Has really worked with finding families from all over the country, from all walks of life, with all kinds of disabilities. And she's interviewed with them and talked to them. And we have those up on our website as well. These are definitely here as parent support. So you can see kind of what other people are going through, what's worked for them, maybe what hasn't worked for them. I've had the privilege of listening to almost all of these, and I find a little kernel of sameness in all of them, even though these are people from all walks of life. So it feels very good to know that there's other families out there that are going through the same things that we may be struggling with, and having the same triumphs that we may be having as well.
And one of the things that we try to emphasize in all of the resources that we put out is to try to find the positive pieces. We know that it's hard to raise a child with a disability. We know there's a lot of challenges and barriers, and we acknowledge that, and we help people through it. But we also try to make sure that people don't think it's a disaster.
Right.
And that it's, children with differences, adults with differences, it's just a different way of supporting them through life. And so we try to make sure that people understand that there's, there's joys involved in this as well. So
Yes.
Let you get back to it, Christina.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so then the last thing that we have here that helps us kind of connect with our families is the Just Needs podcast. And so I'm the host of that. It started out as taking some of our existing blog pieces and turning them into audio content. I am a very avid podcast listener. And so I wanted to, and I know a lot of other people are as well. And so I wanted to get our information in a way that our families could consume it without feeling like they had to stop and read something. All of our podcasts are topics that we have covered before, and we have some new topics, but they're also very short. So we started doing interviews earlier this year, and even the interviews are only about 20 minutes. So the average podcast is about 10 minutes. And so we're able to get this information to you in a way that allows you to be able to listen to it while you're on the go and get the information you need. And then we put all of our references, anything that we may talk about, in our show notes, so that way you can go and find the information and read up more or get more information on whatever it was that you heard. And so we're on all major podcast platforms. And so we're really excited about that.
And Christina's a great host.
Thank you.
I want you to try one. Okay, so we're just gonna take a little tour of the website and show you what we have. But we do hope that you'll take a little time yourself after this session, after the workday, to just take a look and see what our site has that can help you, either as a professional who are guiding families, or as a family who's caring for a child with disability. So I'm just going to switch, oops, I'm just going to switch over to this. Does that work? Can everyone see the web page now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. So this is our homepage. You could also go to the Louisiana homepage. They, it leads to the same information, but this leads to some of our Louisiana only content. And it also, we've just rolled this out. So there's a few things that we're still adjusting on the website. After a little while, this will also lead you, when you go to like an article about special ed, say, it'll have all of the Louisiana specific information in that if you go from this page. So yeah, there's all of these things, but what I want to do is show you some of the hubs. Okay, so I'm going to go to the Transition to Adulthood hub. And so on this page, there's all kinds of information. So there's an introduction that says, okay, this is what we have for you. And then we have all these articles that have the step-by-step guidance. Okay, so it's, transition planning, what are transition assessments about, how to connect with social services. What if you're preparing for college or a career or job right out of high school? And then also we have a section on caring for a child with severe disability. So if your child needs to really work more on life skills than academics, for example, and that path and the support needed is a little different. So we have some specific guidance about that. When your child turns 18, there's a bunch of things, advocacy, there's all kinds of guidance here. And I'll just show you what one of the articles looks like. So it's, they're short, they're informative. We try to make them easy to navigate through and to understand. They all have links to other resources. They have links to like glossary definitions. So like if you see idea, that's not working. Transition planning. I think my computer is just slow. So it can lead you to another article about that topic if you click on it. And then at the bottom of each article, there are ways to learn more. So that's one of the pieces on this. So we're still on this Transition to Adulthood hub. If we keep going, here are some terms and acronyms that you can learn. And then there's also a timeline here. So this is something in the focus groups we did, people really wanted timelines. So we actually have a timeline for adult transition from school into adult life. And we also have a timeline for early childhood, for when your child is born or when they get a diagnosis, to, going through early steps, finding the diagnosis, and then how to transition into the school system and school services between ages 3 and 5. So we have these two timelines that our focus groups suggested. And that's another thing that we meant to mention before, is that all of our factual information gets reviewed by parents, by the department that oversees it. So for example, special education or Medicaid, we vet it through the department that is in charge of it, so we can make sure our information is accurate. But we also vet it with parents, and with parent support people like Families Helping Families, staff, and people who also support lots of families. We vet it through them to make sure that it's easy to understand and that it includes the right pieces of information that families need. So we have a pretty robust process for making sure that our information is working for people. So this is the timeline. And then I also wanted to show you the special education glossary. There we go. And we have some terms, and we have an easy to read definition. And then for some of them, we have a short video that explains the term. I'm just going to play a few seconds of it to get it done. Okay, just wanted to give you a little taste of those glossary videos. What else? I just want to see what else we're going to tell you. So again, that's what the hub pages look like. And these are the different topics that you can find. So hopefully you guys can go through this yourself and take a look and see what kinds of things, and see, like, if you're a professional working with families, see what kinds of questions do you get? What do families ask you about most? If you can sort of have a sense of what you can find on here that will help them, then you can send it to them, send them the link, or show them how to find it, and it can make your referral process easier, we hope. We've talked to people like from Families Helping Families, for example, who say, if I'm meeting with a family and talking about special education, say, sometimes I'll ask them to go to Exceptional Lives and read about special education on there, and then they have sort of a background, and then that frees up my time with them to talk about their particular issues in their own child. So we're hoping that this can help other professionals who support families to use this as a background information, so that you can use your time with them more efficiently. So let's see, Christina, why don't we turn it to you, and you just tell me what to click on?
Yeah, sure. So we also have a lot of resources in Spanish. So right up on the top, you'll see it says Espanol, and we have blogs as well as our disability services finder. And then we have our glossary terms in Spanish. So we are aware that not everything is in Spanish yet. And we're also aware that there's other languages, especially in Louisiana, that are being spoken, but this is the one that we found needed. Spanish was the one that we found families needed the most help with in getting resources in Spanish. So we have that, and we are consistently working on updating and adding more and more to that tab, if you will, to our Spanish resources. So with that,
and actually very soon, all the articles on the Special Education Hub will be in Spanish as well.
Perfect, great. And so, to kind of segue from that, we also have a live chat option, and our team member that does all of our Spanish speaking also is available. So if we need to, respond to a family that has questions in Spanish, we can do that. And so our live chat is manned by our team. So you're actually getting a live person. It's not a robot. And you can ask questions. We get questions. We get a lot of questions from Louisiana, but we do get questions from other states. And so we do our best to point our families wherever they're at to a local resource or something that they may be able to use. Sometimes we can give them kind of broad information, and that's what they need, and they're happy with that. But sometimes they do need more specific information, and we try to help them find that. So that way, we're not just telling them, sorry, we don't have resources in your state. We definitely try to help them.
And just quickly, you see this popped up on my screen. It populated my name and email just because I've tested the chat before. It won't come up automatically when you do it from your computer for the first time, and you can bypass that part. It's optional to put your name and email. It's just so we can email you back if we find other stuff, but you can
Right.
bypass that.
Yep. And then we also have an 800 number, and we have a general email, which is info@exceptionallives.org.
You can find it all at the bottom.
Yep, all at the bottom. And so we have multiple ways for you to get in touch with somebody if you do have like a question, or hey, I'm looking for this specific answer. You know, what do I do? Or where do I go? And so we're always happy to help. And then next we have our Disability Services Finder, which is under our Provider Search tab. So Julie briefly kind of showed or explained what this is, but what this is we have resources from all over the state. If there's a resource that services families of children with disabilities, we want to know what it is, and we want to put it in the system. And so what we do is we work with, we have a team that goes through this information. So if I'm out at an event and I meet somebody and they said, oh, this is what we do, I can take their information, I can give it to our team, and we can put it into our system. We have lots of, I'm trying to think of what they're called, like subcategories to look at. So it's not just, pediatricians or physical therapists. We also have, art and music therapy. We have peer support groups, all different kinds of information based on some kind of broad categories like social, recreational activities, as well as adult programs and services. So we have all of your normal kind of government benefits that are going to be listed. So if you can't remember what the Human Service Authority is called in your area, you can go to our website. We have all that information. And then we're constantly making sure that the information is updated, and we're constantly making sure that as we get new people, we're kind of talking to them, making sure that they serve our community and our families, and we can go ahead and list them. And then last but not least, I'll let Julie kind of scroll. Julie, do you mind scrolling down on the page?
Oh, whoops, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. Yeah, scrolling down on this page or
Yep.
the home page.
Yep. So you can kind of see when you type in a zip code, there's so many different things that pop up. And so you can look within 5 miles, 10 miles, or you can look statewide. I have found that this is really beneficial when we have families that have to relocate due to natural disasters, or for our families that are in rural areas that may not have immediate access to certain things. They can type in a zip code and kind of broaden their search and find what is in the area. We do know and understand that a good portion of Louisiana is rural, and there's just not services there. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the services that are nearby and that service these areas are listed so our families can find them.
You can also narrow a search down to just those providers who accept Mass Health. So if you're looking for a service like, occupational therapy, say, or diagnostic evaluations, that is a medical thing that might accept Mass Health. And if you click on that, that will narrow the results down to just those. So you don't have to keep calling.
Right. And so Mass Health is Mass Health is a Medicaid in Massachusetts. So we do need to, I just noticed that. So we
I did too. Yeah.
We do need to get that updated. So it says Medicaid, but that would be the spot you would want to click if you were looking for services that were, that accept Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So last but not least is our podcast. I briefly explained kind of what it is, what we're trying to do there. But I want to just kind of show you real quick our episodes. And so every week, or every about 2 weeks, a couple of times a month, we update our podcast. And so we have all of our information there. You can go through our backlog either on our website or on the podcast platform that you use. All of our episodes, if you click on them, the webpage will open and you'll see, Julie, if you'll click on one of those episodes, you'll, if you scroll down, you'll see all of the different links that, I talk about in an episode. So some of our episodes have a lot more information than others, but if there's information that I discuss and I want to link you to it, it's going to be right there in the show notes. So we're working on putting that information directly on our website as well. But well, I say directly on our website, but directly with that podcast episode. I think that's our website.
Yeah. Okay.
There's-
One other thing, just since I expect that we have a lot of providers who are listening, but if you look in our resource directory and you don't find your own organization and you think it should qualify, then just get in touch with us, because we would like to know about whatever services are available throughout the state that we don't have listed. We're trying to be as complete as we can, but we know there's new ones and there's ones that have slipped our notice. So please get in touch if you are not listed and you would like to be. So like I said, I hope you can explore the site a little bit on your own, and we love feedback. So even if it's critical feedback, we're always trying to make this better. So please, if you have any comments or any questions, or there's some content that you think would be useful to families that we don't have, please get in touch with us. We love hearing from you and following the needs of the community.
And then kind of last but not least is our social media. So we're on all the social media platforms. Well, most of the social media platforms, let me say that because there's so many nowadays. But we're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Exceptional Lives. LinkedIn, search for Exceptional Lives. And then we also have a Facebook group for Louisiana. And so in that group, people share events, people share, different things that are going on at the legislative level. And it's also a place where parents can ask questions, look for recommendations, things like that. And it's moderated. So that way it's a safe space that parents can feel comfortable to ask questions. And then we have a lovely QR code here that you can scan. So this is a way for you to sign up with our newsletter. When you go there, you can just input your email, sign up for the newsletter. There is a couple other questions. So if you would like for us to send flyers or posters, if you want to, have us do a presentation to your staff or to your parent group, or have a link from our have a link to our website on yours, there's a spot where you can select any of those. And so we would love for you to sign up for our newsletter. We would love for you to share us with your email list or share us on social media. And if you are not sure how to do that, please reach out and we're more than happy to come up with something for you to share on our behalf. And we'll leave that up for just a few more seconds so that way people can scan that. But I think at this point we can ask questions.
Yeah, and just what we're really hoping to do now, we know that there's so many families out there who need this kind of support, who don't know where to find it, or maybe they've connected with one of your organizations and you're helping them with one piece, but there's all of these other pieces that they need help with. So we hope that we can act as sort of a one-stop shop that you can refer your clients to, or if you're a family, you can come and see what we have. or refer or tell other families about us. We just want to, I feel like a salesman, but it's all free. So it's not really selling, but I always feel strange pushing like this, but we know that people need help, and we're just hoping that we can get this information out to more people who need it.
And so I want to answer a couple of questions that I see here in the Q&A real quick. So Mark has he says he's a one-pager kind of guy, and he wants to know if we offer that. We do. So most of our flyers or our information that we can send to you is a one-page, or it's like a English on one side, Spanish on the other type of thing. So Mark, I got your email, and I'm more than happy to connect with you and send those. And then someone also asked about navigating the site, and it looks like it's populating some blank outs, and they're on an iPad. So our website is set to be mobile first. So it's set to be easily accessible on a smartphone or a tablet device. So I'm not sure about what you might be seeing, but I will definitely pass that on to our tech people, so that way they can kind of look at that and make sure everything's running the way it's supposed to be running. Like we said, this is a newer website that we just launched about 2 weeks ago. And so if there's kinks, we like to know about them so we can fix them and make it a great user experience for everybody.
Thanks for finding the questions, Christina.
No problem.
All right, do we have any more?
So I do have one here, and I don't know the answer to this one because I don't create the content explicitly. So I'll pass this to Julie. It says, what helping family centers have you gone to vet your resources?
Oh, we've mostly the Greater Baton Rouge. When we first started out in 2016, 17, when we were creating the hub for Louisiana, we worked pretty closely with Families Helping Families of Greater Baton Rouge. They gathered some people for focus groups for us, and we also had the staff there vet some things, so they were very helpful. And then we've reached out to others. We've met with many of them, and so we've been in touch with many, but it's mostly the Greater Baton Rouge one that did a lot of help with us for vetting the information and finding focus groups.
Julie, this is Bambi. Just to add on to that, I really love that the example that you gave around it being a tool for our Families Helping Families resource centers, because they are the ones that are meeting with people, person to person, and they're getting that background knowledge from your website. So is there opportunities? Do you see that there's opportunities for there to be more collaboration on how do we best use our resources, which we know we don't have enough to support everyone, but how do you see that that type of collaboration with not just Families Helping Families, but our other disability resource organizations in the state?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Bambi, because that is something that we really want to do well. And we want to make sure that other disability resource organizations don't feel like we're competing or taking their clients, because like you said, there's so much need out there and so many families need help. And we hope that other resource organizations can see us as a tool to help them do their job and support more families. So if you're an organization that people come to and you give them references and advice and help them through processes, talk to us, reach out to us and say, hey, can you guys speak to our staff so we can know how to find things that our clients are asking for, or flyers to hand out so people can, read up on the topic on your site before we meet with them, like I said. So we'd like you to get in touch with us and tell us how we can help you, because that's what we're trying to do, is to give you more references to help your families. And of course, there's there's the in-person one-on-one support like in the local area that we know is invaluable. So that is your territory. And but whatever we can do to help expand the support for your families or make your work easier, that's what we hope to do. So I would say just get in touch with us, and we can talk about how we can.
And I can give some quick examples real quick, because I know we're just at about time, but I could give some quick examples of some of the ways that we've helped some of the other organizations. Families Helping Families in the Lake Charles area had a kind of a conference, like a resource information conference, and we were there as kind of one of the resources for their families. We've, provided flyers to go in like back to school things, or, any kind of holiday stuff that maybe one of the local Families Helping Families has done. And then also if they have parent groups or peer groups, we've been able to go and present at those and kind of just let parents know, we have this broad information, and Families Helping Families is able to provide that very nuanced local information.
Just quickly, I see James asked about if our apps are designed to be used by a blind or disabled person who does not use a smartphone. So if they're not actually apps that you download, it's a website that just sort of acts the same way. But they're all designed to be accessible for screen readers and other accessibility features. So we do think that it should be suitable for people using screen readers and other disabilities that affect their website reading.
Thank you, Christina and Julie, for such an informative first session. We appreciate you all. The next session on Louisiana's Digital Equity Plan will begin at 10:10. You're welcome to remain logged on during the break.
Thank you so much.
Hi, David.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. We can see.
Thank you all for inviting us.
Oh, you're welcome. Glad you can join us. Will y'all be sharing the screen, a PowerPoint?
Dr. Barnes will. I will not.
Okay.
He'll be joining us shortly.
Okay. Well, we can hear and see you fine. So.
Awesome. How's the conference been going so far? I tuned in for a session earlier on not on David's story, seeking employment.
Oh, it's been wonderful. It's been great.
Good.
Great presenters, great attendance. So we're really
Fantastic.
happy.
I'm going to mute myself, but I'm still here.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Dr. Barnes, if you are on, please raise your virtual hand and we will promote you to panelist. Hi, Dr. Barnes, if you want to test out your mic and camera, you can do so right now.
All right, getting myself unmuted here.
Good morning.
Camera. Good morning.
And David said that you had a screen to share.
Yes,
You want to test that real quick?
sure thing. Slides set to the right place. Let's see, are you seeing the full screen presentation?
It's just a white screen.
All right, let's try that again.
Yep, now we can see it.
All right, very good.
So if you want, you can go ahead and take that down. And KJ will put up the placeholder. And if you can wait to share your slides until after Liam introduces you. There's Liam on the screen. And then once you share your slides, the interpreter will spotlight themselves, whoever's interpreting. Everyone who's watching live will see the two of you and the interpreter, whoever has the camera on, but the recording will only capture the interpreter or the spotlighted person, which will be the interpreter, which is what we want.
Sounds great.
So just so you know the behind the scenes type stuff.
Wait, so,
Okay,
so will we be on camera?
You will be on camera for the live viewing, anybody who's watching live, if you
Okay.
have your camera on, but the recording will only capture the person who is spotlighted. And of course, we want the interpreter to be able to be seen on the recording. So the two interpreters will spotlight themselves whenever
Okay.
they're, whichever one is interpreting at the time. Okay,
Okay,
great. We'll start in about a minute.
awesome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Liam Doyle. I'm the Senior Coordinator for the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. I'm a white male with short brown hair and a full beard, and today I am wearing a blue shirt. I have the privilege of announcing our next panel, which is Louisiana's Digital Equity Plan. Louisiana's Digital Equity Plan, and this panel will be presented by Dr. Stephen Barnes and David Lyman, MPA. Dr. Barnes is from the Kathleen Blanco Public Policy Center, and David Lyman is from Connect LA. You can read the description of this session and their bios on page 16 of the conference booklet, which is linked in the chat. And from there, I'll turn it over to our presenters.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Liam, for the introduction. Thank you to the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs for inviting us. I'm David Lehman. I'm the Program Manager of the Governor's Office of Broadband Development and Connectivity. I am joined today by Dr. Stephen Barnes, my mentor and colleague. He is the Executive Director of the University of Louisiana Lafayette Kathleen Blanco Public Policy Center. We've spent the entire past year really studying and researching broadband and digital equity throughout Louisiana, and we're here today to talk about that. Before we go into what digital equity is and how important it is and how individuals with disabilities are involved, I want to talk about the history and timeline of broadband development throughout Louisiana. Our journey really began in 2019 as Governor John Bel Edwards was traveling throughout the state. He comes from a rural area and he saw that many citizens and many constituents did not have access to high-speed, affordable, or reliable internet. So he created the Bell Commission. This stands for the Broadband for Everybody in Louisiana Commission. And this task force was really formed to study the problem of broadband in Louisiana and identify potential solutions. In their research, they identified that 1.5 million Louisianians did not have access to reliable internet. This equates to roughly 1 in every 3 Louisianians not having internet. That was in 2019. A few months later, the pandemic hit and the legislature saw this same need. They saw this same need because almost overnight, citizens were forced to do their schoolwork online, their telework online, and the elderly population had to schedule telehealth visits, many for the first time ever. So they created our office within the governor's office. They had a conversation with him and they said, "We like your commission, we like your task force. Let's give it more weight so that it can draw down federal funds and really be the state hub for everyone." So in 2021, we became operational. We continued that research from the Bell Commission, and we identified the need of $1.5 billion to solve this problem. That's billion with a B. So we took this figure and we started strategizing solutions to issue what's called Gumbo Awards. We saw a lot of federal opportunity and a lot of federal investment for the first time ever of this magnitude. And we saw $180 million from the American Rescue Plan. And we took that $180 million for Louisiana, and we created this Gumbo Grant Program. That stands for Granting Unserved Municipalities Broadband Opportunities. Almost all of those funds have been awarded and allocated, and many of those projects are underway. Ground is being broken as we speak. We also have a large federal award from the BEAD program. That's Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. Louisiana is in the pipeline to receive $1.35 billion. So compiled with that Gumbo 1.0 program, we'll create this Gumbo 2.0 program. Now, this really talks about the access problem, but it doesn't really cover digital equity. So in 2023, we've began and continued our digital equity endeavors, and we're going to talk about that on the next slide. So why is digital equity important? Digital equity is important because internet is not a luxury anymore. We've realized that it's a 21st century necessity for all Louisiana's residents and businesses. It's a basic amenity now. It's become a critical piece of infrastructure, and it's needed to ignite economic growth and competitiveness. Roughly 18% of Louisiana's residents do not have internet access. If they have access, oftentimes it's low quality internet access. 12% of children in Louisiana either lack an internet connection or a computer in their home. So if they have internet access, perhaps they don't have a device. And 31% of census blocks in Louisiana either have no form of internet coverage available other than a satellite subscription. And we've learned that satellite subscriptions are slow and they're prone to weather issues. 31% of working age adults in Louisiana do not have the digital skills. You might have access, you might have a device, but you also need the skills to use the device and access the internet. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what digital equity is. We've talked about why it's important, but now we're going to define digital equity. And the definition that we've settled on is it's a condition in which all individuals and communities have the information technology capacity needed for full participation in our society, democracy, and economy. And there's really 4 key aspects of digital equity. We've talked about access, that's this internet leg of this chair, but there's also affordability. You have to have it affordable. If it's not affordable, then you're not going to you're not going to use the internet. You also need devices. You might have affordable access, but if you don't have devices to log on, then you're not going to be able to participate in the internet. Let's say you have access, you have affordability, and you have devices. You might also lack the digital skills. Digital skills is very critical. You might have those 3 components, but without the digital skills to log on, you can't fully participate in this digital economy, this digital world. Next slide, please. So what is the digital divide? If any one of those 4 legs are missing, we've learned that you can't participate. The digital divide builds on digital equity. The digital divide is the gap between those who have this affordable access, the digital skills, and the support to effectively engage online, and those that do not. There are many hindrances that stop participation and opportunity in all aspects of life. This disproportionately affects many different populations. It affects people of color. Roughly 40% of Louisianians are not white. This affects Indigenous people. Roughly 60,000 Louisianians are Indigenous. There's 4 federally recognized tribes in Louisiana. It affects low-income households. Roughly 20% of Louisiana's residents live in poverty. This also affects individuals with disabilities. 34% of Louisiana adults live with a disability, and we're going to talk about this later in this presentation. It also affects older adults and rural areas. 15% roughly of Louisianians are 65 or older, and almost a little over 1/3 of Louisianians live outside of urban areas. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about Louisiana's Digital Equity Plan. This is a public document that's on our website. It's at connect.la.gov. And this is a public document that you can now go and read. And we'll talk about that as well. We are writing this plan to improve the lives of Louisiana's residents. We want to address all the barriers of digital equity faced throughout the population. We discuss and outline every single barrier and every single obstacle for the many different communities in Louisiana. This plan is going to help us secure federal funding to achieve digital equity and to improve current broadband infrastructure, especially as we prepare for this Gumbo 2.0 program that'll start late this year or early next. This plan is also going to help us coordinate. There's many different engaged partners that are going to be critical to helping us. This includes our office, the State Board of Regents in Lewis, university partners, the several regional planning commissions throughout the state, and numerous community-based organizations with a shared vision of digital equity. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the digital equity plan timeline. We've talked about just broadband throughout Louisiana, but let's hone in more on this digital equity timeline. We spent Q3 of last year, so last fall, to really create the vision and the statement for digital equity in Louisiana. And we did a detailed analysis of all the existing data on broadband access and digital literacy skills, with a focus on Louisiana, of course. That's what we spent the last portion of last year on. And we also did stakeholder engagement. We did numerous town halls throughout the state in every corner with regional planning commissions and also our post-secondary partners. And we listened. We listened to communities from across Louisiana, and we listened to their concerns regarding digital equity and connectivity. We took that feedback and we also did focus groups. So after town halls, we did focus groups. where we talked more about these concerns, and then we took that feedback and we analyzed it. Every single meeting had detailed notes transcriber, and we analyzed that feedback from every single stakeholder engagement meeting. And then we synthesized this data to be incorporated into our draft digital equity plan. We've been drafting our plan, and we put out our first draft for public comment on our website. This has publicly featured opportunities to review and provide feedback on the digital equity plan, and we encourage it. It's a very large document. We encourage everybody who's interested to read the portions that are interesting to them. With the focus for this conference, we would really, our big ask is that you would review the section on individuals with disabilities. The comment period is open until August 1st, at which point we'll take that public comment and then we'll create a second draft, and we're going to ratify our plan late summer 2023. Thank you all for listening to me. I'll be available for questions and answers, but I'm going to hand it to Dr. Barnes at this point.
All right. Well, thank you, David. My name is Stephen Barnes. I am the director of the Kathleen Blanco Public Policy Center at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. I'm a white male with brown hair and wearing a white checkered button-down shirt. It is a pleasure to have an opportunity today to share with you some of the highlights from the work that we have done on digital equity over the last year. As David outlined, the broader scope of this digital equity plan touches on a long list of historically disadvantaged groups and communities within the state. And there is a lot of intersectionality across those different groups. For purposes of focus today, we're going to share with you some of the key information that we captured regarding individuals with disabilities. But as David said, the full plan is out for public comment, and we would encourage all of you to explore that plan and provide any and all feedback to help us ultimately arrive at the best plan possible for Louisiana. So in terms of defining the scope of the problem, a little bit more information about some of the data and context background that we identified with regard to individuals with disabilities. As David noted earlier, as many as 1 in 3 adults in Louisiana have 1 or more disabilities, according to the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System conducted by the CDC, with 24% of disabled Louisianians living in poverty, and 35% are considered asset limited, income constrained, and employed. So the working adult population, yet still living at fairly low income levels, and that ALICE population, something many of you may be familiar with, is a concept that's really been developed and promoted by the United Ways and is used throughout the state as a resource for helping to better understand, I think, the breadth of challenges facing families, even those who might be above the poverty line, yet still struggling to make ends meet. Another key factor here, of course, would be assistive or adaptive technology and internet connectivity that have really become essential for the daily functioning of individuals with disabilities. But we do know that high costs and lack of online accessibility often exacerbate functional impairments and cause digital exclusion. Throughout the plan, we've got targeted sections that try to identify barriers that are shared broadly across the state of Louisiana, as well as barriers that might be more unique to specific populations. So some of those barriers we identified in this context would be specialized assistive or adaptive technology can often be expensive, and many cannot afford to pay for it out of pocket. There are technological training and knowledge barriers within the community, and there are not adequately trained and staffed digital navigators to help disabled individuals in particular. Digital exclusion also exacerbates vulnerability by preventing the full independence of disabled individuals. And in that context, when we look at inaccessibility of online government services that can make it more difficult for those with disabilities to do a variety of things, including using public transportation, accessing educational resources, applying for public benefits, and finding assistive resources. So there is clearly a need here for additional support. In addition to identifying existing barriers and challenges, we also sought to identify existing resources and assets so that we can try to better understand the existing landscape and target the states in future investments in the most impactful ways. With regard to resources and assets, in fact, the conversation often drifted back towards the gaps in that social safety net. So we heard from constituents that existing programs do not address digital equity issues specific to the disabled community. So even when we identified existing programs or assets that could help to address some digital equity challenges and barriers, we found real limitations with regard to how well those programs serve the disabled community. And specific flaws in current programming that we identified include small population targeted by programs, limited funding, a lack of assistive or adaptive technology, potential dysfunction of current programs, not accomplishing the intended goals, lack of adequately trained staff, and restrictive requirements for participation. As I share that, and again, against the backdrop of the plan being out for public comment, for any of you listening into the presentation, if additional programs or resources come to mind, please make note of those and follow up either later or through our online form that we'll share with you later to make sure that we've captured as much as possible in the final plan. So with that background information and kind of existing landscape in mind, we've made recommendations in the digital equity plan for implementation of the state's plans to expend these federal dollars and really work to address some of those challenges. And we've highlighted here several implementation strategies that really directly address issues related to the disabled population. First and foremost, device availability and affordability. So the digital equity plan recommends addressing the technology gap for assistive or adaptive technology, and states that the state should develop a funding mechanism that can be used through existing programs to acquire assistive and adaptive technology, either given as a grant to disabled persons or made available to be used as matched dollars. With regard to digital skills, we highlight the need to address the knowledge gap with technical training and support. Specifically, digital navigators or professionals who can assist people with how to access and use the internet must be trained on the availability and use of assistive or adaptive technology, as well as the programs which will pay for them. Each region in the state should have at least one person who fills this role. With regard to online accessibility and inclusivity, first and foremost, ensure that all Louisiana websites meet accessibility laws and standards. I saw a comment or offered through the Q&A chat by Jim Mitchell, highlighting the Biden administration's guidance with regard to online accessibility and noting the work being done here already in Louisiana to make sure that we've got state and local websites accessible. So thank you for that comment. We state in the digital equity plan that we must ensure that Louisiana websites meet accessibility laws and standards, and that the Louisiana Commission on Human Rights should work with the Office of Technology Services to ensure all website accessibility policies are in place and enforced. And then finally, broadband availability and affordability. Again, that's often the beginning of the conversation. I think one of the things we wanted to really emphasize in this digital equity plan is the broader extent of resources and services needed to really make to really address equity gaps in the digital space. So improved internet and phone service, absolutely. Working with service providers to improve internet reliability, especially in rural areas. That is clearly a critical piece of this puzzle, but one that is more universal across populations within the state. As David mentioned earlier, the plan is currently out for public comment. So today in this format, we're really only able to share a few highlights, but we would encourage all of you to explore the plan in full and offer any and all feedback you may have. In the process, the year-long process now that we have worked through that David highlighted earlier, we put a great deal of effort into stakeholder engagement and capturing input from each covered population and to get input early on into the challenges and barriers, resources and programs available for the disabled population. So we hope that we have a draft that does a very good job of capturing the current landscape in Louisiana and identifying the areas of greatest need and prioritizing solutions. But we continue to be open for additional comment, and the public comment is intended to capture additional feedback and ensure that we have a very robust plan. As David noted earlier, the public comment period closes on August 1, so early next week. We don't have too much more time left because we want to get this plan finalized and submitted to the federal agency, because the sooner we can do that, the sooner we can unlock those dollars and really begin the implementation process. We would highlight that detailed information on individuals with disabilities is on pages 83 through 88. It is a very lengthy plan. There was a lot of information that we thought needed to be captured. So when you first open to explore this plan, it may seem to be an overwhelming document. So we would draw your attention to pages 83 to 88 as an area that might be the most pertinent to focus on first. But I would also recommend all of you consider recommendations that we've identified in the implementation section. Might there be additional elements or factors that we should be thinking about as we look ahead to implementation, as well as information on key performance indicators and how we as a state will monitor the progress that we will be making in the coming years. Are there additional recommendations there as well? I think would be a great place for comments. So David shared the Connect LA website previously. The link on the screen here gets you directly to the landing page that holds a copy of the plan, as well as a link where you can provide comments directly online. And that is https://connect.la.gov/comment/. So on that page, in addition to the digital equity plan, there are 2 drafts of documents related to the broader BEAD plan for Louisiana. But if you find that digital equity plan there, you'll have 2 links, one to access the plan itself, which is a large PDF, a second that brings you to an online form, which was intended to be a convenient way for people throughout the state to submit comments. But it is not the only way to submit comments. And I would say for anybody listening today or reviewing a transcript or a recording of this presentation, if anyone has trouble accessing that form, they are welcome to reach out directly to us at the Blanco Center, either via email or via phone, and we'll have that contact information on the last slide. Having covered that, we wanted to reserve some time in this session for additional questions or comments on the plan. And I see that we've got a few comments that have come in or questions that have come in via the Q&A feature. But I
Yes,
will
so-
call. Yeah, go ahead.
So go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, we do have a couple of questions that I can go ahead and share with you very quickly. Hang on just a second. So the first is from Jim Mitchell. He asks, what if you have all of the 4 legs that you mentioned earlier, but don't have access to assistive technology to use it? So you mentioned earlier you have the digital equity table. If you have all the elements of that table but don't have the assistive technology.
That's a great question, and I think everything about digital equity and the plan, in my mind, is about helping the general public think a little more broadly about what access really means. And with regard to the disabled population, even looking at this graphic and thinking about those 4 legs, each of those legs might mean something a little bit different for this population. In particular, devices I would think of much more broadly, and it may not purely be physical devices, but also software that could be part of the applications and services that make broadband accessible. So I think it could be thinking a little more richly about what each of these legs really means for this population. And so I would say, if you don't have the assistive technology to use it, then you don't have all 4 legs. And so it's not just a matter of having a device, but having the right device to get that population connected, and the right associated technology as well.
And the next question is from Kenneth Zengla. He asked, where can we access the forum?
So the link right here, which I can type into the Q&A as an answer, is the https://connect.la.gov/comment. And I'm adding that now.
Okay, and the next question I have is from Jeff Rowe. And he asks if this is the draft equity plan.
That is correct. This is the draft. And in terms of process, we went through multiple iterations sort of internally and following up with stakeholders that we had worked with throughout the regional outreach, as well as follow-up focus groups, so that this first public facing draft could be a very good one, in my opinion. but we're open for any feedback and input. And if there are areas where significant additional work is needed, we will do what is needed to make sure that the final plan sets Louisiana up for long-term success. So this is the draft. The comment period will close on August 1st. We expect within a few weeks, we will have a revised plan that would be submitted as a final submission to the federal agency on behalf of Louisiana.
And we do have about 20 minutes left in this session. So if anyone has any additional questions, please ask them now.
Liam, did you ask the question from Liz, or was that
Oh.
answered?
I thought that was answered, sorry. So Liz says, I have noticed that many families I've worked with have smartphones, but not tablets, laptops, desktops, or printers. It is incredibly difficult to not make errors when propagating a forum, following links, etc., back and forth. Any suggestions on how to handle this?
Yeah, just to echo that, this is David. That really falls into the device issue. So we were talking about software, but yeah, I mean, devices is really composed of hardware and software. A phone is a tool to use internet, absolutely. But it's not the strongest of tools. It's not the most effective of tools. So tablets are very important in addition to desktops and laptops.
Yeah, I would add to that, I think a recognition that when we really take an honest assessment of where we are as a state, and this may not come as a surprise to many folks, is that we're doing great work in terms of planning and moving quickly towards investing in broadband and expanding access, but we're starting at a place of great disadvantage, and it's going to take a lot of time and considerable resources. The great news is that we have a huge, unprecedented federal investment that we can harness for maximum impact. And one of the things that is highlighted in the digital equity plan is the need to ensure that some of those dollars are directed towards devices so that the residents of Louisiana have devices to let them fully utilize that resource. That would mean having more than a phone. But in many ways, this will be kind of a step-by-step progress. And when we think about the four legs of that table, there may be some areas where we can make great progress with one or two of those legs initially. And once those pieces are in place, we may be better positioned to really zero in and focus energy and resources on the remaining weaknesses and gaps. So we want to identify all of those as clearly as we can today. We want to help think about some of the priority on those things, but this is also the beginning of what will need to be a long-term, sustained level of engagement to ensure that we continue following up, and in areas where access to broadband may have been the primary need today, it may be that a year or two from now, that issue has been addressed, and at that point, we're able to really focus in on enhancing the device access to devices so that people can more fully take advantage. So that's absolutely a critical need, and something that's in the plan and something that will need to be addressed over time.
And so Samantha said that she noticed on Facebook some advertisements for a government program through Medicaid tablets. Unsure of the specifics, but it may be something to investigate, or someone may have more information on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that.
Okay.
So there is a federal program run by the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. And this program is called the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP for short. There's a long list of qualities that would qualify anybody. And if you qualify for any one of those things, you qualify for the entire program. Examples would be Medicaid, SNAP, low income. If you have somebody in your household who's on free or reduced lunch, if you meet any of those qualities and or more, you qualify for this program. So this program has two primary benefits. The first benefit is you can have $30 a month off of your internet bill. That's $30 every month. That equates to $360 a year. The second is, I think, what Samantha's talking about. And this is a $100 off for a device. We've talked a lot today about how important devices are. We've talked about tablets, laptops, desktops, software. This ACP program helps $100 off for the purchase of a new device. I will go and I'll find a link to sign up for this ACP program if one qualifies, and I'll post that in the chat shortly.
Thank you. Jim Mitchell just says that he thanks you both for being here and says that you have both been very open and willing to share with both GACTA and obviously with this presentation. And thanks you for the opportunity and feedback. Kenneth says that I'm seeing issues with setting up captioned phones due to telephone services providers changing to cellular home or satellite technology. Satellite services are problematic at times, and sometimes assistive technology is not adapted.
I would say that's a great comment, and the type of unique challenge that we are absolutely trying to capture. And I will make a note of this comment provided here today, but would encourage, and so we can make sure that that something about this issue is captured in the plan. But I would encourage and ask the commenter to please follow up and potentially provide even additional detail through that online form, if possible, just to ensure that we've got that issue and challenge captured adequately in the digital equity plan. I think these are exactly the kinds of things that we are trying to learn through stakeholder engagement. We are a research group, and I think we do a great job of learning about different types of challenges, but there is nothing that can match the firsthand experience, the lived experience of somebody who has dealt with some of these things directly. So this is a fantastic comment, and I would ask you to provide even more detail potentially through that online form.
Yeah, and Kenneth did mention that he's going to comment on the link that you provided for that. And the last comment that I'm seeing is that Jim Mitchell mentioned that you can sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program through your internet provider. So unless we have any additional comments or questions, I think we can go ahead and end a little early. I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you for your time. This has been a wonderful panel. And the next panel that we have is going to start at there we go. Close up the next. Yep. So the next panel that we have is going to start at 11:30. It is going to be supporting youth with emotional disabilities, strategies for success. And again, Dr. Barnes and Mr. Lyman, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. And for those of you who are staying on, you're welcome to remain logged on during our break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes and David.
Yeah,
Thanks for having us.
Yep, it went a little more quickly than I think we expected, but I think it was good to have some time for comments and really draw attention to that. So looking forward to seeing what other follow-up we get. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Shayla,
Hey, good morning.
how are you?
I'm good. I'm tired. I just came rushing back from the summit, the Highway Safety Summit. So I'm a little discombobulated.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you look great. We
Thank
can
you.
see you and we can hear you.
Yeah, I got a little extra late today.
If you want to test your PowerPoint, you can do so now.
Yes, because I always struggle in sharing my screen. So let's test it out right quick. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't even see it. So maybe let me open this part again. We'll go and open a different page. I'm gonna open it here. Let's see. Let's see it. All right, let's try now. Oh, there's Zoom. All right, share screen. There it is. And, let's see, video. That's different. Basic. Select the window. Video content for second camera. I have no idea. Looks a
You
little-
you clicked on share screen.
Yes, and I see them, and when I hit them, this one pops up, but I needed to go to advanced. You can see like my full screen, right, with the notes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so let me stop the share.
Well, I can't see your notes. I just saw.
Okay, I don't think I had it in presenter mode. Let me put in present mode. Presenter view. Okay. Let's see. And then extract. All right, exit to here, hit share again. Share that. Only. And then presenter view. Move this thing. And then exit. Exit. Hold on. That should be closed. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
Rather present full screen.
If I enter full, then I can't see the
See-
notes.
you
Normally
see
when
your
I
notes?
hit, yeah, normally when I hit share on share on the Zoom, it gives you the advanced option.
Were
And
you just looking at your notes? I'm sorry, were you just looking at your notes as well of whatever you just came out of?
yeah.
I couldn't see your notes. I could just see the full screen. So
Okay, tell me what you see when I do it this way again. They literally changed.
okay, I see your notes in that one.
Okay.
So go back and just do the present instead of presenter's view. Yeah, present full screen.
And then I don't see my notes.
Oh, that's when you don't see your notes?
Yes. So when I put it in presenter view and I go to share my screen, I must go back to sharing my screen again. There should be an advanced button, but it's not showing. Normally you can say share part of the screen, but I only see PowerPoint as a virtual background, computer audio, video, or content from a second camera. It changed. Zoom is kind of different on here.
Can you share it with me or send it to me and I can navigate and share my screen and we can do it that way?
Yeah, let me send it to you. I'm gonna send you a link and that way you can quickly open it.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it where you can access it. Copy the link. For now, I'm gonna put it where anyone can access it, and I'm copying it, and I'm gonna send it to you in the chat. And
Okay.
tell me, and let me know if it opens for you. Let's see. I should be able to send a chat, right?
Yeah.
I don't see it. There we go. All right, I'm sending it now.
Okay.
And then when it opens, you can hit present in the top corner, and it normally opens up a full screen. I guess Zoom changed their thing since the last time I've been on.
Okay, let me go back to you, share my screen so you can. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see your screen.
And then what is it that I need to?
So go to at the top under the hit the share button, or I think you have it. Exit. You see at the top where it says view only. I think you have it there. All right, now go down to the bottom. There should be the button where you can expand it, where it's just all big. Kind of on, I should be on your right-hand side at the bottom, like where you present. Yeah,
Is it?
yeah. And so what I'll do is, on my end, I will lower your view to smaller. I'm gonna exit full screen on mine, bring it over, and then on my screen, open it up from, yes, that'll work.
And I think still when I cut my camera off, it will just show, maybe if I'm not mistaken, you in the interpreter.
Yes.
So I won't be in it while you're presenting. And you
Okay,
can just tell me next or do.
okay, that'll work.
Do it that way.
And I'll just say next, and we can roll like that. And on my side, I'm gonna open it into a presenter view, but just not share the screen. That way,
I don't think you'll be able to. Yeah, don't, unless you press screen share, you should be
Right.
able to see.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I guess.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, okay. All right, I think we're good now. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Do I look like I'm looking at notes?
No, I don't think you would know.
Okay.
Except for those that are probably tuned in on YouTube right now.
Look,
And,
it's funny because I can't see myself now, but it's okay. I know what I look like. So I'll be ready to roll whenever you're ready to go. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And thank you for coming. This is just the interpreter. Just as a brief reminder that you have sign language interpreters working with you. And so just be mindful. I know it's kind of tough when you're presenting and the pace can be very, very fast, but just keep us in mind. We're here and we're working with you.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm on mute, of course. I'm sorry. I was saying we'll start in about 2 minutes. So I'll put the other screen back up. You want to mute yourself and turn your camera, however you want to do it together yourself, but we'll start in about 2 minutes. I'm sorry. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is KJ Henry. I am the Assistant Director here in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. Today, I am wearing a green shirt with brown frame glasses. I am an African-American female with natural curly hair today. As a reminder, just wanted to remind everyone that today is the 33rd anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disability Act, often referred to as the ADA. Let's celebrate this anniversary by remaining vigilant in our advocacy and for its full and effective implementation. Sorry. So the next session will be supporting youth with emotional disabilities, strategies for success. The presenter will be Dr. Shayla Polk, who is a licensed clinical social worker, and she also works in the office of Governor John Bell Edwards, one of my favorite colleagues. You can read the description for this session and her bio on pages 16 and 17 of the conference booklet, which will be located in the chat, linked in the chat, I'm sorry. And so Dr. Polk, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you, KJ. I appreciate that short intro. So anyways, I'm going to jump right in. I'm really excited about today because I get to talk about a topic that is near and dear to my heart. And before I go any further, I want to say part of this presentation is due to the fact that I have worked with youth that have had emotional disabilities. And I've also worked in the school system for about 4 years. I worked in the school system pre-COVID and post-COVID. And the number of emotional disabilities that were diagnosed after COVID was alarming, like the number was very alarming. But besides that, I think that it's important that we look at emotional disabilities because a lot of times our focus tend to be on the ones that are most talked about, which fall in line with mental health. But under that same umbrella, when we are talking about mental health, we also have to talk about emotional health. And emotional disabilities are just as important as any other disability. And so I would like to shed some light on that would help not only parents and not only youth that have these disabilities, but also people and individuals that work with youth that have these disabilities. So I'm just going to go right in, and I hope that I'm able to get all this information in a timely manner and not talk too fast because in true Louisiana fashion, I tend to talk really fast. So I'm just gonna go right on in and we can go to the first slide. And so the learning objectives for today include an understanding of the common conditions associated with emotional disabilities and their impact on academic and social emotional functioning in adolescents. I also want to identify evidence-based strategies for promoting academic and social emotional success in adolescents with emotional disabilities across various settings. And the ultimate goal is to learn practical strategies for promoting success across a continuum of care when it has to do with adolescents who have emotional disabilities. Next slide. So what is an emotional disability? Well, that is determined by individuals who might say, well, you know, it could be something that we see out, like such as behavior, what some might term acting out or erratic behavior, right? But sometimes an emotional disability can also be something that is inward. So it could be a fear, it can be anxiety, it can be another emotional based condition such as PTSD or depression, right? And so oftentimes when individuals do have emotional disabilities, they may be misdiagnosed. And so it's important to understand that it might not look the same from adolescent to adolescent. Another term you may hear is emotional disturbance. That is normally what you would hear in a school system when there is a student that has been identified with an emotional disability, or you might hear the term emotional disorder. They're all the same. Next slide. So when we're talking about emotional disabilities, it's also known that is a mental disorder or a psychiatric disorder, right? But it encompasses a wide range of disorders. So some of the most common disorders that we might see, we might say anxiety disorders, eating disorders, psychotic disorders, conduct disorders, bipolar disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, depression. Those are some of the most common emotional disabilities. These disorders significantly impact an individual's daily life and their overall well-being. So it is very important to note that while some emotional disorders are listed on this screen, there are many others that exist in the field of mental health. And the field of mental health is continuously evolving. But because these are the most common, I will cover these on today. And if you have any questions about any other emotional disabilities disorder at the end of this presentation, I do have my email, and you can definitely send me an email. Next slide. And the first one I want to talk about is an anxiety disorder. So this category includes conditions like generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, social anxiety disorder, very specific phobias, agoraphobia, and people with anxiety disorders experience excessive worry, fear, and of course, anxiety. And that in itself can interfere with their daily functioning. Next slide. And then we have bipolar disorder, formerly known as manic depressive disorder. So bipolar disorder involves a period of extreme mood swings, and that can range from depressive episodes where the individual feels very low, very sad, very hopeless, to manic episodes where they feel more elated and they seem very happy and they're more hyperactive or more impulsive in their behavior. Next slide. And then conduct disorder, right? This is a persistent behavior problem. It's aggression, it's defiance towards authority figures and societal norms. These patterns are often emerged during childhood or early adolescence. So you may see these come about, you know, in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade. Next slide. And eating disorders. A lot of times, you know, we don't really talk about eating disorders as an emotional disability, but it is. And then eating disorder such as anorexia nervosa, bulimia, binge eating, all of these disorders have very severe disturbances in an individual, whether that be the eating behaviors, their look at themselves and their body image, or weight management, identifying as being much bigger than what they are. And so, you know, doing things to make sure that they stay a certain weight or falling under a weight that is acceptable for, let's say, their developmental growth and things like that. Next slide. And then obsessive compulsive disorder. That's a very common term. That involves the intrusive thoughts, the distressing thoughts, the obsessions that lead to repetitive behaviors, mental rituals, that would be the compulsion part, to elevate the anxiety caused by the obsession. So they're so obsessed that they become compulsive, and then they're trying to alleviate that, but that only increases the anxiety when they continuously do the same thing over and over and over and over. Next slide. And depression, very common, also known as a major depressive disorder. Depression is characterized by persistent feelings of sadness, emptiness, a loss of interest in activities that were once enjoyable. And this too can lead to significant impairments in daily functioning. Next slide. And post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of times when people think of post-traumatic stress disorder, they think of adults, but children too experience post-traumatic stress disorder. There can be many of things that can cause PTSD in children, whether that be hurricanes or flooding or the experiences that we had with COVID. or even just environmental factors, right? Trauma and different things like that can affect at all ages. And so when talking about youth, when they experience or witness traumatic events, it overwhelms their ability to cope. And that too leads to a range of emotions and behavioral symptoms that you might see in the home or you might see in the school. So these events, like I stated before, could be physical, they could be sexual in nature, there could be accidents, and like I mentioned, natural disasters, violence. Sometimes children live in neighborhoods where there is a lot of violence, so they see different things, or even the sudden loss of a loved one can trigger PTSD in a child. So it's important that we are aware, because a lot of times children can be misdiagnosed as having one disability, when the truth of the matter is that child has actually experienced a traumatic event, and therefore they have PTSD and not so much, let's say, mood dysregulation disorder or something like that. So it's just important to make sure that we understand all of that before we move forward. Next slide. So when talking about emotional disabilities, they're expressed in two different ways. We have externalizing behavior, which is when the child will direct the behavior outwardly and towards the environment or individuals in that environment. And then we have the internalizing behavior, which is directed inwardly towards oneself. And that is a little different. So when we're looking at external expressions of behavior, that is the kids that everyone calls the troublemakers, right? That's the kid that's never listening and, you know, everyone's getting very frustrated with. But then we have these kids that can go unnoticed. And those are the ones that are experiencing that internal emotional disability. So they might be the ones that are staring off into space, and I'll get more into that in a minute, but they might be the ones that kind of fall under the radar. So it's important that we not only know the signs and symptoms for those that are externalizing the behavior, but also the ones that are internalizing the behavior. Next slide. So looking at externalizing behaviors, right? You will see displays of anger, physical aggression, arguing. You know, the behavior, like I said, is deemed a troubled child, destroying of property, does not respond to corrections, does not comply with directives. And that can be frustrating for some individuals who work with these children. But if we understand the why, the how, then we can look at it differently and be able to best help that child. Next slide. And when we talk about internalizing behaviors, that is the child that might frequently complain of being sick or hurt. They don't participate in class. They don't have a social life. They might not socialize with their peers. They retreat into daydreams. It's kind of like they're staring off. They might be shy, sad, you know, very, very low self-esteem, just to name a few. These are also the kids that may be dealing with depression or anxiety, which could also go along with other emotional disabilities. So again, it's important to recognize that the child might not just be not paying attention on purpose. There might actually be a cause behind the behavior. Next slide. So the reason why I went through those definitions is because by understanding and addressing these behaviors, we foster a healthier emotional development in our children and in our adolescents, which allow them to succeed. I also want to point out the fact that some things are shaped by society. Studies show that girls exhibit internalizing behaviors more frequently than boys. Cultural influences a significant role in shaping these gender differences. And one might say, why are we bringing gender into this? Well, I will say I really don't have a choice, because one thing I recognized when I worked in the school system is the majority of my caseload was boys, 99% of the time. But when you look at the research, there's a reason behind that, because we set certain expectations on girls and then certain expectations on boys, right? Girls should always be nice. They should always be cheerful. we shouldn't show that we're sad, but if we do, we're going to get that emotional support. Whereas when it comes to boys, they have more externalizing behaviors, but they're also taught, don't cry, suck it up, you're good, you're strong, be assertive. So if I'm being told to not cry, but in the inside I'm crying, it has to come out a certain way. So therefore, it's going to come out in a more externalizing way, which means you will see more aggression in a child that's being told that, hey, boys don't cry, right? So again, important to know the difference. So you'll see more anger expressed in boys. And sometimes a child might have both. They might experience both internalizing and externalizing behaviors. But the key thing is, if we know these things, again, we're able to best help them succeed. Next slide. So going a little further, the reason why I brought up, again, the differences in temperament between boys and girls, or the expressing of emotions, is because that helps us when we're going to talk about evidence-based strategies, right? That will allow us to provide a supportive and non-judgmental environment. And then we are able to encourage them to have open expressions regarding their emotions, whether they're boy, girl, or whatever they identify as. So recognizing that gender difference in behavior helps you to tailor the intervention for them effectively. Then we have to remember, understanding co-occurring behaviors will also help you in providing comprehensive support in your intervention. And so I'm very much evidence-based. I feel like that is the way to go when we're making sure that our youth are getting best practices, but it also promotes academic and social emotional success. And if we don't have any evidence to say that this works, why would we use it, right? And so it's important that we have something that we know works. And so moving forward, the rest of this presentation will talk about the different things that we do know that works and that we do know have been tried, and they are true in helping individuals with emotional disabilities across various settings to be successful. Next slide. The first part I want to talk about is team effort. Anything we do in working with adolescents should be a team effort. So effective strategies for collaborating with parents and caregivers, key. We must be understanding, we have to be empathetic, and we have to be patient. We would always want to put the parent or the caregiver in the expert role. We do not want to question how they parent. We do not want to question in a way that puts them on defense. We ask inviting questions. We want their input. We do not tell them what to do. We use a collaborative team approach. So we're asking parents, we're asking caregivers, we might even ask about their self-care, right? What are you doing at home to take care of yourself? Because we all know a lot of times parents and caregivers are so wrapped up in caring for others that they forget to care for themselves. That is actually very important to know when working with children that experience emotional disabilities. We need to know how their caregivers are caring for themselves. And then if the child is old enough, we want to make sure that the child is also put in the expert role. We want them to feel involved. We want them to feel seen, and we want them to know that their voice is being heard. And always ask solution-focused questions. Be very specific in your questioning so that you can identify answers. And again, we want them to be able to help us, create, let's say, a treatment plan or create a behavior plan. Next slide. Now, this one is specific to school systems. So some students who fall under a category of emotional disability may have a 504 or an IEP, right? So The IEP is the plan, our program developed to ensure that a child who has a disability is identified under the law and is attending either whatever school that, whether it's elementary or secondary education, that they are receiving their specialized instruction and their related services. We also have the 504 plan, which is developed to ensure that a child who has a disability identified under the law is attending, again, in their elementary or secondary institution, that they are receiving their accommodations that will ensure their academic success and their access to the learning environment. So in doing so, this would lead to teachers providing students with accommodations and modifications. So it is up to the school and the teachers to set up this system whereby that we're able to help the student. Again, it's important to know this because even the teachers and admin should be developing relationships. Again, when we're at the table and we're talking about accommodations and modifications, the child voice, if they're old enough, should be heard. The parent's voice should be heard. Communication is key, respect is key, and empathy and understanding is definitely key. So this helps us by, we benefit from it. Not only we benefit from it, but the student benefits from it, the school benefits from it. And some of those accommodations or modifications may look like extended time on assignment, just to name a couple, alternative forms of direction. Communicating with families often, again, is key. So make sure that there is communication between the educator, the family, the learning, the teachers, anyone who's working with that child. Make sure they know, like, this is the plan that is in place and this is what we're doing, because we want it to be the same across all settings. We'll get into that more later. Sometimes, we will put something in place and we see that it's not working. Well, before we change, that should be change whatever that accommodation is or whatever that plan is or that goal. There should be a meeting where everyone is involved, including the parents, and we have a conversation about how we should move forward. Again, I can't stress how much communication is key in this situation. All right, so another thing before I move to the next slide, I want to encourage everyone that works under school support to understand that every family's expectations may look different and every family's views about their involvement might be different, right? So there might be some that are not involved, but there might be some that are very involved. Either way, it's still up to us to make sure that we're getting the communication out there. You might have to send the letter 5 times, but you've done your part and you've at least tried to have that conversation when things don't go exactly how we would love for them to go when it comes to communication. I also want to ensure that we're being, we have cultural competence and that we are not biased in our approaches and that we have cultural humility. It will take you a long way. We also have to be mindful that different cultures and different families have different views, but in doing so, be very respectful of that. It is not up to us to question or suggest anything. We let them handle however they choose to handle that. We just have to sit back and understand everyone doesn't think like us and every family doesn't operate like our family. So just keep that in mind. Next slide. And to our behavior support personnel, which would be school social workers, school psychologists, and sometimes school counselors. I was in this role, so this one's very important. And again, I want to stress how important it is to work with our educational teams and our parents to develop and implement the intervention strategies, which should be positive behavior supports. Create trust, build rapport. If a student or a family doesn't trust you, you will not get anywhere. The goal is trust. At least that should be your first goal, is to create trust. And then we begin to problem solve, right? So we utilize our problem solving skills. We want to explore their feelings, their expectations, and all of that good stuff. I will say from a behavior interventionist perspective, it is important for us to not only educate the parent, but you should also educate the administration as well as the teachers, because we all come from a different background when it comes to behavior. We learn things, we're steady learning and steady educating ourselves, but sometimes some of our teachers or admin have not learned those things, which is, it's okay, because there's always room for education. And I think that is important that we know that. We can't expect them to just know how to do it. So sometimes you have to actually model how it should be done. We should also be training our students to problem solve themselves, explore their feelings again, give alternative options, respond to social problems, identify consequences of each choice, choose a response and evaluate the choice. So giving them that feeling, a sense of control. So allowing them to pick the things that they might be interested in that will benefit them in the long run, so that we can reach our goals. So again, I'll get into that a little bit more later, but giving them choices, it is key. Let's see. Involve our families in the positive support. So sometimes parents don't know that, you know, having a, let's say, a behavior plan in the house is important, just as important as the one that we have in the school system. I actually grew up on a behavior plan and never knew it until I learned what a behavior plan was. I don't even know how my parents knew about that. But they had us on a system. Like we had choices, we had goals that we were working towards, and we had rewards. And it was on the refrigerator, color coded. I still don't understand where they got that from. But they had a whole plan in place. And then I learned, okay, this actually works. You know, we could see what we were working towards. And that's what I would say that all families and all teachers should have in their classrooms, whether the child has the emotional disability or not. We're working to improve the school climate, to enhance our students' well-being, their sense of belonging, their safety, and their support. And again, this is a personal one, but I think mindfulness training is very important across all spectrums. And I think that when we do that, self-educate ourselves on things that work for students or individuals or adolescents with emotional disabilities, we're not only being a service to them, but we're being a service to our community. Always use strength-based approaches as well. Help the student identify their strengths, and then use those strengths to link them to success. Again, so behavior support should always be working with their teachers, admin, and again, being mindful about cultural biases and things like that. Next slide. So this one's a call to school administration, teachers, and school supports. Again, it goes back to the same thing. Building rapport and good communication is key. Never start off with a complaint. If you're in a meeting and you have a student that has the emotional disability, and let's just say he's been acting out externally, and now you have to hold a meeting, don't start off with a complaint. Never criticize the behavior. Just show that you have genuine interest and genuine care about that student. Maybe start off with a fun story or something good about them before you have to move into why we're actually meeting about that behavior. Also provide information to parents. A lot of times parents don't know what's out there when it comes to access to different care, whether it be counseling, wraparound services, and things like that. Make sure that you have that on hand to be able to give to them during that meeting, and never ask for medication. That is not our place. That is a parent's place. Just leave that alone completely, and avoid stereotyping and avoid labels. It's important that we don't label our students and that we don't stereotype our students. We sometimes have no idea what these students have been through. There have been times I can take one look at a student and know that that's an emotional disability based on a traumatic event but all I heard was the negative, the negative, the negative. If we change the way we think about the disability, then we can better help the child. So if all I'm thinking is a label or a stereotype regarding that behavior, I am forgetting to look at the emotional aspect of that disability and what those signs and symptoms look like. So once I look at the signs, the symptoms, and the behavior, then I can connect the dots on the best way to help meet that child's needs so that we might be able to get rid of those behaviors. Next slide. And teacher strategies, again, build relationship with students by staying calm and building rapport, understand how they view the world, be non-judgmental, build trust. Trust is key. I can't tell you how many times students will tell me, oh, I know that teacher doesn't like me. And then you sit and meet with them, and not knocking any teachers, but you sit and meet with them and you can pick up as to why the student would think that. They should never know if you feel a certain way about them. Quick example, I have a sister who is a school teacher. She teaches 3rd grade. And she came to me, well, she sent me a message one day, and she was kind of like, I guess, going through a stage where she's really frustrated with some things going on in the school system, not necessarily with her kid in her class, but they were picking up on it. Like within a span of 2 to 3 days, she got the cutest little letters from her 3rd graders that were saying, hey, Miss Polk, I hope you feel better. I know, and then some of them said, I know we're not really good kids, but we will try to be better for you. They were picking up on nonverbal cues of her frustration, even though those frustrations had nothing to do with them, and they were automatically putting it on them. So she and I had to have a little talk, and you know, I had to teach her a few little strategies not to do that, where they wouldn't recognize that she was also going through some things herself that were outside of the school. Another thing is sometimes our kids that have these emotional disabilities, they need things from us. And so what I've had her implement in her classroom is they have check-ins. They have every morning or whenever her students come in, they have a quick check-in, really short journal entry. And how that started was she had one student in the classroom where she said, Shayla, I just don't know what to do anymore. It's every day, the behavior, every day, every day. I said, well, just check in and see how he's feeling, because sometimes when we check in and see how they're feeling, we can then guide the rest of the day based off that feeling, right? So I told her, but you don't want to single him out. So everyone needs to do the check-in. We'll make it real short. And I kid you not, the very next day she sends me a message, and she said, he said he was feeling anxious and that he needed a hug. This is 3rd grade, mind you. And she was like, I gave him a hug and I've not had any behavior problems today. And so just that one example in one day changed the way that she interacts with her students every morning. So this year, they now all have like little mini journals that they will be using to check in. And so again, we have to sometimes modify our whole class to help best meet the needs of one student. And I know y'all, sometimes teachers like, oh, where will we find the time to do that? I told her, give them 3 minutes. They had 3 minutes to check in. So sometimes you have to cram something in, but in those 3 minutes, she found out that that one student was experiencing anxiety and needed a hug to help calm him. So it's important that, you know, we pay attention and use these strategies in our classroom. Quickly, due to time, avoid lecturing and always use positive enforcement. Do not engage in power struggles. Again, give them choices within the perimeter, state the consequences, and always communicate with care. Next slide. I found this online and I thought it was nice, so I just kind of added it into the presentation, and it says teacher-based support. Again, it's pretty much what I just mentioned. I'm not going to go through it, but you can clearly read some of the strategies that can be used to help support the students in the classroom. So for instance, like creating checklists to highlight the tasks that they've completed. And of course, always reward. It's very important to reward all the positive behavior. Next slide. All right, parental strategies. So be consistent. Consistency is key when working with your children. Having consistent expectations, consistent rules, consistent consequences from all adults in a child's life can be very stabilizing. And although initially there may be some pushback, an increase in the challenging behavior, that's absolutely okay. That's very common. That will happen, but continue to be consistent. Also model calm behavior. It is difficult to keep your cool when your child is, say, having a tantrum or is being arguing back and forth with you or even having a meltdown. But it's important for you to regain your composure so that you can help them calm down. And one way to do that is to be on their level, eye level. It's important that you make good eye contact when trying to de-escalate a situation. That goes for anyone that works with children. Seize teachable moments. So let's say maybe you're having to put your child in timeout, right, because of something that they've done, but also use that time to speak with them about why, how long it will be, what is the purpose, make sure they understand, and just teach. Again, education, model what the appropriate or proper behavior looks like. And, you know, prior to reinstating them from the timeout. So like you might put them in timeout for 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, who knows, or if they're older, they might, you know, you might take a certain privilege away, who knows, I don't know what most parents do, but make sure you have the conversation before and after about why this is being done and be consistent. Again, key. Always close the distance when speaking with them if you can, especially if you see them calming down. We want them to feel connected. We want them to feel loved. We want them to know that you're listening. We want them to know that you hear them. And also, if you can, educate yourself on calming strategies and be able to do that with your child. Sometimes a mistake that parents make is trying to get them to talk while they're still very elevated and they can't talk to you. So we want them to calm down first before we move forward. And again, I put this in all caps, very important to take care of yourself because it is crucial to preventing burnout and maintaining consistency. If you're burnt out, you cannot maintain consistency. So make sure that you're putting yourself first in certain situations as well so that you're better able to help your child. Next slide. And this is my final slide. And I'm going to call this the 3 keys to success. It is promotion, prevention, and intervention, right? So speaking of promotion, right? With promotion, we're building rapport. We're building loving relationships. So even from infancy, that might be holding and singing to your infant. That might be getting down on the floor and playing with your infant. Preschoolers, you know, getting down to their level for interaction, making sure your teen, you know, you do things with your teen, build those relationships with them where they're more open to tell you what's going on in their lives and don't judge them for it. Demonstrating, again, problem-solving skills, comforting them when they're going through situations, discussing problem-solving skills with them when they're running into things at school. Let's see, education is key. So educating yourself, educating others. If you come across an article, a peer-reviewed journal, or some type of research that has helped you with working with a child, or as a parent help you with parenting, sharing that with other individuals is also very important, because that is the only way that we can ensure that our kids are emotionally well, is through education and support. Providing an emotionally supportive environment, helping each other, reminding each other that we are a community and we are all working together. whether that's a school community, neighborhood community, wherever that might look like, and using project in using project-based experience learning. So basically encouraging your kids to collaborate with you, encouraging your students to collaborate with you to either plan and solve the problem. Use the social emotional framework. It's very, very good when working with kids. And always be aware that every child's temperament is different and every child's response will be different. And recognizing that your reactions and understanding of those different temperaments are very, very important to their success. Understanding that culture plays a role in how a family sees themselves and how every one of us is unique, no matter where we come from, whether we're rich, poor, or in between. Recognizing that, again, that does play a factor in how individuals think and perceive themselves. Being there for them, not only on the emotional level, but on a social level, and then discussing this with not only your children, but if you're in the school system, discussing these things with the families. And that would be promotion. So moving to prevention, the number one key is to assess emotional wellness effectively. So prevent missed opportunities, right? If you don't know something or you're not sure, education is key. Observations are key. And as a parent and as someone who works with children in any setting, assessments are key. Screening tools, important. Identify, document any difficulties, document any behaviors, document the progress, and document the success. We want to see how far they've come, right? And always remember, don't set unrealistic expectations. Know what to expect based on the concrete knowledge of that child's development and their disability, and use current evidence-based practices when working with them. And we also want to prevent a lack of communication. I've stressed communication a lot, so I won't get too much into that. But again, always keep the lines of communication very open all the time, including with the child that you're working with. And again, avoid escalation of situations. Make sure you develop action plans in case something does escalate so that you can quickly be able to know what's next. So if the child has escalated to this level and you don't have time to think it through, if you already have a plan in place, then you can look at that plan and say, oh, this is what I need to do, and then follow that plan to the T. And then the final, intervention. Familiarize yourself with intervention services, best practices, evidence-based research, whether it be through the mental health field, child welfare field, child and family studies. Education is key. Any job I've ever had, I made sure to educate myself on exactly what I was supposed to be doing through peer-reviewed journal articles and research, because you can't do something if you don't know exactly how to do it. So someone has to go before us and do the research, and then we take that research and use it in our systems. And the last thing I want to talk about is, again, fostering successful collaboration. Always have everyone involved as much as possible. Provide documented information to intervention services. Make sure that it's comprehensive so that we can see exactly what it is that the child needs, and be sure that all adults are involved and have all the information that they need, and have access to communication with not only you, but with anyone who works with that child. That means teachers, behavior interventionists, social workers. Sometimes kids see therapists outside of work, and they might not be able to give you a full look at what they're going over with that child, but they can tell you what they're working on. And you can also utilize that information to use as well when you're working with that child. And that in itself will give you some success when working with individuals with emotional disabilities. That concludes my presentation. I know I was talking really fast, but I wanted to make sure that I got through it all. And these are the references. And if anyone has any questions, you can go to the final slide. And on the final slide, it has my information, which is my office number and my email address. And thank you.
All right, awesome presentation, Dr. Polk.
Thank
I
you.
just want to take this time to express my appreciation for our interpreters. A round of applause to y'all, because woo! I'm going to look and see if you have any questions in the question and answer box. Let's see. You have time to answer a couple of those.
Yes, I see some of these questions.
Okay. Okay, so someone said it would be prudent to distinguish between emotions and diagnosable mental disorders. Actual comment. Should the student be included in the IEP or 504 meeting?
I believe so, absolutely. Their voices should be heard, absolutely. Especially if they're of age. So, you know, if they're really young, and they don't understand, that's different. But if you're working in middle school and high school, they should absolutely have a voice at the table. I mean, it is their IEP and it is their 504 and it is for them. So yes, absolutely. Expectations, can trauma be learned? As infants, my kids learned that uh-oh meant there was a problem. Even my dog knows this. Can we use this concept to mitigate, train bad behavior by training them to calm down, relax, or respond with some other behavior when trauma occurs? So I'm not really sure how can trauma be learned? No, trauma cannot be learned. Trauma is something that we experience. I see here it says, as infants, my kids learned that uh-oh meant there was a problem. So that's different than trauma being learned. So uh-oh, meaning that there's a problem, means we know that something's wrong. That would be like saying, you know, if we know that we're supposed to be at a certain place at a certain time and we get a little anxious, like, oh my God, we're gonna be late. I would kind of associate that with that. But no, trauma is something that we experience. It cannot be learned.
I see another question.
It is helpful to remember we all are people and we cannot make someone do what they do not. I think you meant what they do not want to do. Absolutely true. But if we do our part in doing what we're supposed to be doing as people who are helping individuals, and I'm in a helping field, so I always say this, I will not be able to help them all, but if I'm able to help one, that's absolutely okay. As long as I am doing my part and doing it to the best of my ability and using the evidence-based practice, absolutely. There are some situations that honestly have kind of gotten like so far out, but at the end of the day, I feel like sometimes we can prejudge and say, oh, there's all hope is lost, but I never feel like all hope is lost. They might not get it today, but they might get it 6 years from now. So, but again, when a child or an individual gets to be a certain age, they are able to make their own decisions. So, you know, we can give them the resources, but it's up to them to use the resources at a certain age. What do you recommend for a parent who can't find behavioral health providers because of the shortage? So that is a true concern. I think now that there are a lot more options than people actually know about. So for instance, when we are looking at behavioral health providers, are we looking at behavioral health providers that are taking insurance or not taking insurance or taking Medicaid, right? So the thing is to identify all the ones in your area or speak to someone who has a referral list. It just depends on who, let's say what area you're looking at. I know now there's a lot of people that do things via telehealth. which has opened up more options, but some people would prefer in person, but there is a huge wait list. I know that to be true when it comes to getting behavioral health providers on board with individuals that have emotional disorders. So I would just recommend, if you have to be on a list, to get on the list, but also, like I stated earlier, educate yourself and maybe start to put some of those plans in place at home or at school. Let's see.
We have a lot of people just
I
saying how
see-
great the
I see them.
presentation was and how much information was given.
Yes, how
We even have Dr. Lawrence, who actually presented on yesterday, also singing your praises and how much great the information that you've given
Thank
was
you.
as well. So
Yes. I see another question. How would you address students that are being punished for disability-based behaviors and the IEP team wants to change their placement to a facility instead of providing those behavior supports? So I mean, I have definitely experienced that many of times. At the end of the day, there are some battles that we win and there are some that we lose. And I would always bring the data. I say data. Data drives everything. So for me, I would just bring the data, the data on the behavior. There's been times where I've printed out everything from the DSM for that certain disability and went over that in that IEP team meeting when they're wanting to change placements. And again, that goes back to just doing everything that we can help. And sometimes at the end of the day, because it's an IEP team decision, we might be on the other side of not getting exactly what we feel as professionals for the student.
Yes, and for time's sake, if you can just comment your number for Ms. Brooks under the question and answer tab.
Okay.
And once again, thank you so much. Any other questions, concerns, or comments can be left in the question and answer chat, and we'll be sure that we go through. I'm sure if Dr. Polk has a little bit of time to go through and answer a couple of more, she may respond that way. If not, like I said, she's a colleague of ours, so we can always get your questions and concerns to her for her to answer whenever she has the time to. So thank you so much.
Yes,
We
thank
do
you. I
have
appreciate it.
yes,
I
it
think-
was great. Great.
Yeah, someone said an additional concern for placement is whether or not the behaviors can actually be addressed in the school-based setting. That is true too. Sometimes the behaviors are severe in nature and they have to be addressed outside of a school setting. That is something we do have to deal with at times. But at a certain point, the need of the child may need to be addressed in a different setting due to financial limitations or need. Absolutely, Dr. Lawrence. Absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, the next session on state health improvement plan will begin at 1 p.m. So if you want, you can grab lunch if you haven't done so already and just join us back here for 1 p.m. And of course, you're welcome to remain logged in during the break. So thanks again, Dr. Polk, and we will
Thank
see you
you.
guys at 1.
Thanks, Dr. Polk.
Hey, T.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Is Robert here? I know he's.
Yes, he is. And I just texted him too.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Friend. It's
Now-
so good to see y'all.
Great to see you also. Great to meet you. I have a question. So we will be sharing some video during the presentation, and I was just practicing like the tech just now, and I don't think sound sharing is available. Is it, can you activate that or allow that?
Um,
I'm glad this phone is ringing now. Just reminded me to silence it. Give me 1 second.
Bambi, are you on here? Is she?
So
I
there's,
mean, how? I don't.
okay, there's some, let me double check again. Yes, so there's an option that you should be able to access in your settings. I don't know if you have to set that up ahead of time or not. Let me see.
Okay.
If you check your audio settings,
Mhm.
there may be an option there. I know I've seen it when I've set up meetings. If not, the good thing is we have subtitles for it, but it'll take away some of the dramatic effect of the music.
Can we maybe upload the PowerPoint to a Google Drive? And have her share? Would that change it or?
No, she would probably be able to do it. We just have to give prompts then of when to change the slides. But it's a large file. And you wouldn't want to run it from Google. You'd need to download it.
I'm in the audio portion of the.
Okay, Jay.
Hey. So we're trying to figure out, they have a video that has sound to it that they're wanting to play.
Okay.
Trying to find. He says that we
Did
need to
y'all
give
test it
them,
yet?
Trying to, but it's not allowing me to click the share sound option because I believe that has to be enabled on the end of the person who set up the meeting.
Okay, we have to figure this out. Oh, play sound. No, not play. KJ, you're the host.
let me make you the.
So I don't know if you're seeing something that I don't.
Now you may be able to go into your Zoom account, like online,
Yeah.
and change the setting there.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna do.
Hopefully it doesn't require you to set that setting before you start the meeting.
I know.
If it does, then we'll be okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about. So let me. And hey, Dr. T.
Hey, y'all.
And Mr. Hines, I just come in here, start solving problems, or not, maybe not solving problems. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, so settings.
The Wabbage knows everybody.
Nobody.
Well, she worked with us forever.
Yep, she was our coworker.
That's excellent.
Yeah, she's my former coworker, now friend, who plays lunch tag with me.
Guilty.
We always
When
like,
will y'all get it together?
we're like, we're gonna do lunch. And then next thing you know, the day of, it's either me or her texting like,
Are you in Baton Rouge?
Yes.
Okay.
I've watched several of y'all's presentations, and let me tell you, I love it. I'm always, how did they do that? The whole,
Like, don't hype us up now.
yeah, everybody can hear us already. So, you know, I'm just putting a little heat on you. But y'all look great.
You too.
And you are just, pumping our heads up today.
Right.
Thank you. I'm just trying to keep up with Dr. Nagatu at all times.
Here we go.
Let's see. Were you able to
I'm looking at the settings right now. I'm going through. There's so many things.
there's a lot. Let me see if I can log into mine to check also.
Let me.
Like I said, the good thing is if we can't get that sound to activate, then we at least have the
We've had some people play videos though, and their sound works.
sound works.
Yeah,
Let me
do you
make
want
sure
me
it's
to
not something on
try
my
it?
end.
Did you try it yet?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
Robert, I think
Yeah.
when you share your screen, there's something on the left-hand side that says share sound. Make sure that's clicked.
Yeah, that's what
Did-
I'm talking about. I'm unable to click that.
Oh,
So sometimes that is because it's a setting. But if that setting is not the issue, let me just actually share the screen.
there's also like, when you're trying to share, if you move from basic to advanced, maybe you can click computer audio or video, and maybe either one of those options may allow you to do it.
No. It's not doing it. But let me see. So that'll just let me strictly share the audio as opposed to the slide.
But can you go to that slide? Because like, can you actually just go and just kind of test it out? Because we've had people sharing it's a PowerPoint slide and we heard their sound.
Okay, yeah, let me just test that slide then really quickly.
And I see what you're talking about, and I can't figure out how to.
Let's see if this will play. Let me know if you can hear the sound. No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it won't let me click that option to share sound. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it's doing that other than that setting.
And I'm going up and down the settings and can't see where it says the sounds. Where you set that up at? Oh, screen sharing. Okay. Hmm.
Would it change if he's a co-host? Do y'all think?
I don't know. Can you make him a co-host, Kate? Oh no, I'll have to make him a co-host. I can.
Oh, I'm not a co. That's probably what it is. No, that's still not it.
Hmm. Yeah, I just don't see where to go and do this.
I know I've seen that setting, and I'm trying to figure out where it is.
About how long is the video?
So there are 4 different videos kind of interspersed through the presentation. They're embedded, and none of them are more than, I think the longest one may be close to a minute and a half. There are subtitles. So at least that part is taken care of, but there's no, the only thing they'll be missing is like a little music and actually hearing the sound of the voice. Yeah, maybe it's this account that I'm on or something. All right, we have a couple of minutes. Let me log out and log right back in and see if that fixes it. If not, then we'll roll with it as is. Dr. Nagatu, would you like to try? See if it'll work on your end?
Yeah.
It's still not working. Gotcha.
I don't mind.
Not allowing it on your end either. Okay, well, we'll just go as is.
Sorry about that, guys.
Hey, it's no problem. These things happen.
It's Robert's fault somehow.
I knew that was coming. I'll accept it though, this time. Let's see. Let me share. Okay, you all should be able to see the slides, correct? I mean, the intro slide. Perfect.
Can you take the slides down just so for the recording purposes, we want to be able to see your faces when we start recording?
Yes.
Just for the first moment, and then throughout the session, the interpreters will be spotlighted. And so that's what the recording will pick up as your PowerPoint and the interpreter for the recorded version.
Got it. So stop the share now.
Yeah. And then KJ will take it over.
Ready? All right, so good afternoon, everyone. The next session will be State Health Improvement Plan. The presenters will be Dr. Tawabich Nagatu and Robert Hines with Planning and Performance, at the Louisiana Department of Health. You can read the description for this session along with their bios on pages 17 and 18 of the conference booklet, which is linked in the chat. So whenever you guys are ready, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Ms. Henry. I'll go ahead and start and then turn it over to Dr. Nagatu. My name is Robert Hines. I am the Deputy Director with the Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health, Bureau of Planning and Performance. Just a little bit about myself. I am an African-American male. I have glasses, short afro. I'm wearing a brown blazer with a black shirt. My mother says I'm handsome. I don't know what that counts for anything, but it may or may not be true. And that's a little bit about myself. I'll turn that over to Dr. Nagatu.
Hello, everyone. I am Tawabich Nagatu, the Implementation Manager for the State Health Assessment and State Health Improvement Plan here at the Louisiana Department of Health. I'm a 35-year-old Ethiopian American woman with dark brown wavy hair, and today I'm wearing a navy blue Louisiana Department of Health t-shirt.
Excellent. And with that being said, I will go ahead and share my screen, and we will start the presentation today. Perfect. Okay. So today we have a few learning objectives. The first objective will be demonstrating some examples and strategies of strategies and tools and methods that we've used to engage the community members around the State Health Improvement Plan development. We'll demonstrate what we think is effective implementation of those strategies and tools to actually develop the goals and objectives of the plan, to demonstrate the impact of engagement efforts on community members, and also to describe the importance of reliable data and reliable data sources. Overall, we want to give you all an understanding of what we're doing with the State Health Improvement Plan. And we'll really get into what that means a little bit further into the presentation. But for right now, we want to introduce you to those folks who will help us describe this process. Some of the community members who were engaged with us throughout the development of the SHIP. All right, so now you all have had an opportunity to meet some of the folks who will give us some feedback throughout the course of the presentation. We apologize, there's a sound issue going on, so there was some sound there, but it's unfortunately not playing. However, every video that you will see does have subtitles. So let's talk a little bit about what the State Health Assessment and State Health Improvement Plan actually are. So a state health assessment, or a SHA, is a process by which we gather information to describe the health of a population. So it gives us a good understanding of what does the state of health look like in Louisiana, right? We also take into consideration local and cultural values. It describes the impacts of those factors on health. We also look at describing health inequities around the state with various populations. And we look at assets and resources that may be available to help us impact various health issues that arise during the process. So once again, the State Health Assessment, or the SHA, really is a snapshot. What does the state of health in Louisiana look like right now? Where are the issues? What do we need to contend with? And that ultimately leads us to the State Health Improvement Plan, which we refer to as the SHIP. So that is the action plan, or the guide that's based off the results of that initial SHA, right? It's a community-owned plan, which is why we wanted to make sure you all see the involvement of the community members. It's not something that we do ourselves here at the state or with the Louisiana Department of Health. It really is something that's community-driven and owned, and they inform us of what we need to focus on in order to better health within their individual communities. So it's a collaborative effort, a collective impact. And we use that to help develop the strategies, objectives, and goals to address those health issues, and hopefully, ultimately end up with some type of improvement. Now, when we engaged initially with developing the SHA and figuring out how do we want to capture what the state of health looks like, we really wanted to make sure that there was a focus on health equity. And so we used the Prevention Institute's Health Equity Framework to build out not only the SHA and how we were going to look at the data, but also the SHIP ultimately. And so this framework, I won't get into a lot of detail about the framework, but we'll go over some of the components because our SHA is built around these. On this document, or this diagram on the left, you'll see the box to the far right that says health inequity. So what we want to do first with this framework is identify what are the health inequities that we're seeing. The SHA helps us to kind of point to those things, and then work backwards from those. Okay, what medical conditions lead to those health inequities? And what health exposures and behaviors ultimately lead to those medical conditions? And then finally, what foundations of community health lead to the exposures and the behaviors? And the foundations of community health are really equivalent to the social determinants of health. Some of you may be familiar with that terminology. But it's just looking at the overlap of opportunity, places, people, healthcare, and other foundational components within the community that impact a person's health. I know that this document, the diagram on the right, is a little bit small, the text there, but it kind of gives some examples of things that we're talking about for foundations. So if we're looking at how people may impact foundations of community health, that's the social networks and trust that is built amongst people within the community. Norms and culture may be another example. We're talking about places, we're looking at parks and open spaces, for example, housing within the community, air, water, soil. Equitable opportunity, we're looking at things like education and living wages. So we know that all of these things ultimately have an impact on the health and well-being of a community and individual community members. So we wanted to make sure that we took all of these things into consideration when building up this SHA. Ultimately, we launched a dashboard. We completed the SHA and launched the dashboard in March of 2021 that is updated annually. And if you ever want to check that out, you can go to www.louisianasha.com. We'll also drop that link in the chat. And there you'll find, framed around this framework, built around this framework, you will see all of the issues, the health issues that arose during our, review of the data. And so you'll see foundations of community health, demographic information, behaviors, and exposures, and medical conditions, all listed there with various data points that you can look at. An example of that would be one of these visualizations, which is a map of internet access. We know that internet access and access to Wi-Fi does have an impact on numerous things that can affect health, education, access to employment, health literacy, information, right? So the more broadband or internet access that people have, the better it impacts health outcomes. So we have a map here that just shows these are the households with access to internet. So that's an example. And then we do that by region. So all of this information is broken down by regions, and you can look at it at the parish level as well. On the right, you see some charts that we have: diabetes prevalence by race and ethnicity, diabetes prevalence by education, by income. So you see those different factors that we looked at where we can determine, okay, are there health inequities when it comes to race and ethnicity? Are there health inequities that we can see around education for these different indicators of health and income? And that helps us to inform the strategies and even potentially the partners and resources that we need to either address or move into a community in order to impact those health issues. So this is why the data and the way we frame the data early on in this process is very important. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Nagatu to start talking a little bit about what we did in the report and ultimately how the SHA led to the SHIP.
Thanks, Robert. So as Robert shared, the SHA dashboard is really this data hub that highlights inequities related to health outcomes and social determinants of health here in our state. However, we knew that that wasn't enough, and that in order to create an equitable plan and in order to ensure that it was reflective of the community, we had to talk to community members directly. So we partnered with the Louisiana Public Health Institute to conduct one-on-one interviews with community members from across the state, representing varying geographies and demographics, to capture their perception about health-related concerns. We then compiled that qualitative data and findings into our SHA report that can also be found at www.louisianasha.com. And so the report is really meant to complement our dashboard, but most importantly, to connect our community's voices with data visualizations and provide a more nuanced understanding of the impacts of various inequities on varying population. And so the quotes on this slide just highlights the impact that natural disasters have on housing instability. Community members share that people who are most vulnerable to housing insecurity after a natural disaster occurs are often those with disabilities, those with behavioral health concerns, people living on fixed income, and also individuals who survive domestic violence. Next slide. Now, after we analyzed all of the data we compiled and after the completion of the SHA report, these 4 priority areas really bubbled up to the top. And so in no particular order, they're behavioral health, chronic disease, community safety, and maternal and child health. We present these recognizing they're very much interrelated, and we crafted them to be broad by design to allow for specific goals and strategies to be determined as we move through implementing the SHIP over the coming months. Also, while the plan is aiming to improve health outcomes, we intend for it to include strategies that address root causes of these issues, including the foundations of community health, health-related behaviors and exposures, and medical conditions. Additionally, the plan is a health equity plan, so strategies for objectives will focus on addressing inequities amongst vulnerable populations. Next slide. Here, we created 4 priority area fact sheets that can be found on the website as well. You can review these just to find out the key findings from the SHA process. Next slide. And so next, I'll walk through our Shaw Ship engagement process and framework that guided our work. But before then, we'd like to share another video from our community partners.
Okay, and what I will attempt to do this time is read the subtitles, just in case anybody can't actually see the subtitles. So bear with me 1 second. Let me get this ready. Okay, so the question is being asked is, we asked our community members what has been your overall impression of the SHIP community engagement process? So Brad says that's a good question, and his overall impression is that it's been fantastic and one of the best things he's been involved with when it comes to the Louisiana Department of Health. He thinks it's moving forward into the future. It's best practices. It's taking what we call at LPHI smart deliverables. In other words, strategies, measurables, and he forgot the rest. But the key is that the SHIP is doing that. It's completely engaged in the community process. It's talking to me and my peers, my colleagues, and the clinicians that are doing the community work and connecting that to the overall goal to help improve the health and public health of our citizens in Louisiana. All right, now I hope that didn't come across a little weird with me kind of reading on top of it, but Brad had some really good feedback, and I hope that everybody could hear me clearly. Back over to you, Dr. Nagatu.
Thank you. So we approached community engagement utilizing the evidence-based NACHO MAP process, which stands for Mobilizing for Action Through Planning and Partnerships. This framework is an evidence-based framework that can be used to identify community health priorities, identify resources, and help to guide action steps towards improving health outcomes. It's a strategic planning process to achieve health equity and emphasizes the vital role of having broad partnerships and community engagement, the need for policy, systems, and environmental changes, and alignment of community resources towards shared goals. Next slide, please. So seen here, we have a list of our entire community engagement process that shows the number of ways we were able to solicit feedback to better understand our state's strengths and weaknesses. Starting from the top, we conducted 9 regional meetings between June and July 2021 to inform outreach for our statewide survey and to identify SHIP priority areas. From there, we disseminated a statewide survey to collect perceptions of the foundations of health during July through October 2021. Then we moved on to interviewing our community members and public health system leaders to contextualize findings from secondary data that was found on our Shaw dashboard and to further understand responses received from our survey. Lastly, we conducted a second round of regional meetings to publicly vet the SHIP priority areas. And so in total, we were able to reach nearly 6,000 Louisianians. Next, we will share more feedback from our community partners on the Shaw SHIP process. And then Robert will share how our SHIP work groups worked in partnership with us to identify assets in their communities that could be leveraged, as well as how they assisted in creating shared goals and objectives for the SHIP.
Thank you. And we have another community member video that I will read on top of in the voice of that community member. The question we asked them was, what benefits do you see in the SHIP process? The benefits that I see in the SHIP process is that it's allowing real individuals to give a real perspective on things that are needed in our state. And when I say real people, I'm saying these are individuals that are not being paid that are not in an elected position that are really speaking truth to power. They're stating what they see a need is, such as myself. I speak about individuals with disabilities and our limited access to behavioral mental health services, as well as fetal maternal health services. And it allows the group to actually talk about what this looks like and how we can actually fill that void realistically within the state of Louisiana without having to divert resources to another state or lose these people to another state, if you will. So I think that these are meaningful conversations that need to happen, and I just wish that they would have more. And that was Ms. Karanda giving us great feedback and great advocacy. And I'll talk a little bit about these SHIP work groups. So the SHIP work groups are the groups that we brought together to actually engage on developing the SHIP and implementing the strategies ultimately. Everyone that you've seen in the video is a part of one of those SHIP work groups, right? So all of the work groups are open to the public. They're all conducted via Zoom. We try to make them as accessible to people as possible. The work groups have identified a community lead for each priority. So Dr. Nagatu mentioned that we had behavioral health, chronic disease, community safety, and maternal and child health as our priorities. Each one of those has a lead. We've had a total of about 34 meetings across all of those priority work groups, just talking about different things. You'll see some of the things that we discussed in the items that we developed in those meetings a little bit later. Each of the program offices internally at the Office of Public Health identified a co-chair for the group. So we wanted to make sure that this was community owned, as I mentioned before. So the community members are the folks who are the leads. We didn't want people from the health department leading these groups. We wanted our chairs to be community members, and we have a co-chair to give us that internal perspective as well. Some of the things they've done, they've reviewed data to identify root causes of some of the health issues that were identified during the SHOP. They received training on how to create SMART objectives, which the SHIP contains. We have to know that we're tracking things that are actually attainable and that we have a way to determine whether or not we're successful. They created shared goals and draft objectives. They also went through an asset mapping process where they identified assets within the community that can be leveraged to help ensure the implementation of the SHIP. So they've done a lot of things. These are just some of the things, but they've done a lot over the course of the last year, meeting several times. So we're really proud of that group. They've done excellent work. This is an example of kind of how we started off with the group. After determining what the priority areas were, we wanted to see, okay, what are the identified resources or assets within the communities across the state that could help us address these priority areas? So we went through an asset mapping process, and we looked at 4 different things as assets: programs, people, places, and policies across the state that may impact those priority areas that we mentioned earlier. We got everybody together in the group in a real simple process. Get on the Jamboard, put sticky notes on the Jamboard, and tell us what are the programs that may impact chronic disease. What are the people or the folks that we need to be aware of, the subject matter experts that may impact this priority area? And we got them to list that stuff. Same with places and policies. Ultimately, the way this helps us is like this. Here's an example. Right here, we see a map that you can find on our dashboard of women who have had birth within the past year. This is how the data is laid out on the dashboard. And for each parish, you can see a density or a color. The darker the color, the higher the percentage. And so by looking at where the highest percentages of are people that are giving birth, and then looking at where the identified assets are, we can determine if there's a gap in between the need and the available resources. So if we look at these parishes on the eastern part of the state, right, we can see that there's a high percentage of births within the past year. but not a lot of identified resources or assets. So that can ultimately impact our strategies, right? That can let us know, okay, we have a need there, but not a lot of identified resources. How do we address that? And even if there are resources there, but they have not been identified by the community, that also can inform a strategy. Because if there are resources available that people don't really know about, our strategy may need to be centered around educating people about what's available. So it's still good to know and go through this exercise, even if people don't know all of the potential resources that are there, because it will allow us to develop appropriate strategies. So that's why that's important. And that's how one of the ways that you kind of leverage data and understand what you need to present as far as data is concerned. Wanted to show you all this tool, which is after we went through and looked at assets, we started to begin to think, walk our work groups through thinking about potential partners and strategies to address those assets or gaps in assets. So this is an example of what we did with the community safety group, right? Looking at the draft goals around reducing violent crime and improving community readiness and resilience. Okay, what are some of the indicators that could lead us to that? And who are some of the partners and strategies that are already in existence that can help us reach that goal? We also wanted to look at the geographic area. Is this strategy something that's implemented statewide? Is it a regional thing? So all of these things are things that we took into consideration when we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we need to address the gaps in assets? And we wanted to make sure that the community at every step of the way had the input and was driving us in the direction that we needed to go, which ultimately led to developing the goals and objectives. So your goals and objectives, in a nutshell, are your action plan, right? It's telling you exactly what you want to do and by when. So our process looked similar to this diagram. That brainstorming piece, which you all saw with even the asset mapping, with collecting that information from the different community groups through the different methodologies. That was the brainstorming, the teamwork, bringing everybody together and figuring out what should the goals be? What should the priority areas be? What are the assets? And then you go into the planning piece. How are we going to address those? Checking, collaboration, and then developing the objectives. So when we were developing the objectives in conjunction with the community, there were several different things we wanted to take into consideration, right? For goals, we wanted to think about, okay, what are our priority areas? What is the community saying about this? What are the health inequities or the disparities that we've already identified that can help us establish whether or not this goal is appropriate? And then looking at objectives, we wanted to think about like SMART objectives, right? Can we measure these things? Do they specifically address the goals? Are they something that we can actually achieve? Are the objectives relevant to the goal? We don't want to have a goal that is totally separate from the objective. Otherwise, no matter how hard we work, it won't improve the goal. And then we started looking at strategies and activities, right? We based that on who are our available partners, what programs exist, right? And so part of that was that asset mapping process and also that spreadsheet that you just saw. We wanted to look at indicators, which were driven by what data we have, what sources are available, what is the trend in the data telling us, where are we currently, and what do we want to do, what is our target? And then we also looked at alignment. With these objectives, with these strategies, with these indicators, what are they doing nationally about these? Is there some alignment around those? Are there other agencies within the state that are working on similar things that address these priority areas? Are they internal things that we're working on at LDH that we can provide support with for the community to address? Right, so all of these things we took into consideration when we were working with the groups. And we would often meet, I think some of you who are on this call right now have been to some of our meetings, right? And so we would meet with our groups twice a month and talk about very important things. One of the most important discussions that we had around this was the following slide, right? Would you rather wear clown shoes every day or wear a clown wig every day? And for those of you who can't see this slide, there's a picture of a clown shoe and a clown wig. And basically we did something like this every meeting, just to lighten the mood, just to get people relaxed. and it was an icebreaker. So people had a lot of fun with this. We got some really cool, interesting answers around why people would choose that. But this is one of the ways we engage the community, just by not being too serious, but understanding that people need to feel comfortable to be able to address the issues that we need to address. So I'll turn it over now to Dr. Tawabich for the actual real stuff that we asked.
Thank you. So yes, as Robert mentioned, we really did try to provide a space where our community partners felt comfortable and free to speak candidly about some important issues. And so we always work towards including interactive activities whenever possible. Here are results from an interactive activity that we conducted with our chronic disease work group. For this exercise, we asked, based on the data, what areas of chronic disease should we focus on? And so some of the ones that floated to the top or have a larger font were cancer, diabetes, obesity, etc. Next slide. And then once we identify those goals, we work towards identifying shared objectives. And then we went on to ask members if they agreed to including some of these objectives for their particular priority area. So for the chronic disease work group, we identified increased access to care, and we asked members if they agreed or disagreed to including this as an objective for the priority area. Next slide. We did the same for all of the objectives. And so for this objective, it was reducing cancer rates / improving screening. And here you can see 22 members agreed to include it, while 5 disagreed. Next slide. Here are the overall SHIP priority areas and goals, and I'll just read them really quickly. For behavioral health, the identified goals were to reduce barriers to behavioral health services and reduce deaths from drug misuse. For chronic disease, our members identified increasing access to care, reducing diabetes rates, improving cardiovascular health outcomes, promoting healthy weight, and reducing cancer rates and improving screening. For community safety, we're looking towards promoting healthy and safe environments, improving community readiness and resilience. And then lastly, for our maternal and child health work group, we identified the goals of improving birth outcomes, improving child health, improving maternal health, and improving reproductive health. Next slide. And again, once these shared goals were established, we then identified the SMART objectives in partnership with everyone and asked if the identified objectives align with the goals. And so here we asked our chronic disease members, do they believe the proposed objectives align with the goals? All of the members said yes. Next slide. And then lastly, we asked members if they approved of the proposed objectives. And again, overwhelmingly, they agreed and said yes. Also, during our SHIP work group meetings, we do like to provide an opportunity for our partners to respond openly. So we would often give the opportunity to ask an open-ended question and for them to provide us with feedback. Next slide. Now, once we received all of our feedback on the draft objectives, we worked towards tailoring our SMART objectives to better align with best practices, but also with efforts already being done throughout our state. And so we worked towards aligning efforts with program offices here at LDH, the LDH business plan. We combed through some of our state agencies' strategic plans and saw where we can align with their work. We looked at best practices like Healthy People 2030, and then we also worked with local partnerships like the local health departments like the New Orleans Health Department. Next slide. Now, as we look towards implementing the SHIP, we just wanted to share this very high-level overview of the attributes we believe will assist in effectively implementing the state health improvement plan. And so those attributes include having an explicit focus on primary prevention, ensuring there is cross-sector collaboration, making sure that data is being shared widely and freely, as well as making sure that there's an intentional focus on elevating the voices of those with lived experiences who are the closest to the inequities and disparities that we're seeing and working towards improving. And I will hand it back to Robert.
Thank you. And we have another community voice video coming up, which I will narrate once again. So for this one, we asked community members, the work group members, what are you most looking forward to over the next year? Really excited just to follow up on our goals and our objectives. Really looking forward to meeting up with all of the other work groups just to see how we can all collaborate and make Louisiana a safer Louisiana. So that's the most exciting part for me, is just to get started on working towards our goals and objectives. And that was Ms. Aishla Burgess, our community safety chair. So I'm going to talk a little bit about next steps, but before I talk about that, I also want to give another thank you and shout out to our work group members. If any of them are online right now watching this, we thank you so much for your participation. We could not have gotten any of this done without the community engagement. And I also wanted to reiterate or point out that our work group is comprised of individuals from all over the state. So they're not all located in one place, which is why Zoom is a useful tool, because it allows us to meet in different locations. But we have folks from all over the state in various sectors, all the way from healthcare to insurance to folks in education. So we really have a broad, wide-reaching, diverse group of community members involved in the work group. So I wanted to say thank you again and highlight them just once more. Now, our next steps that we'll be going through. The first and most important thing I wanted to talk to you all about is the launch of our SHIP dashboard, which will be forthcoming. And similar to the SHAW dashboard that we showed you earlier, this will be something that's interactive, that houses the data specifically focused on the SHIP this time, as opposed to all of the data that the SHAW shows. So this is going to be focused around chronic disease, behavioral health, community safety, and maternal and child health. And all of those objectives that we talked about, those indicators that we'll be tracking, will be housed on this dashboard. And you'll be able to see what our progress looks like. So we wanted to make sure that this SHIP is transparent and dynamic. It's not just sitting on a shelf somewhere where people can't see and can't easily determine how well we're doing. You'll be able to go through it at any time and hold us accountable and make sure we're following up on the things that the community says are important. And you'll be able to give some feedback, just like you can on the SHAW dashboard. You know, there's an area there where you can provide feedback and your thoughts. So we always like the community to be able to be engaged and find this useful. So that will be coming up late summer, early fall, potentially for this SHAW dashboard, for the SHIP dashboard to be released. And what we're also going to do is we're going to meet, we're going to have a meeting soon to talk about interconnectivity and how to develop strategies that address health equity. An example of some of the things we'll be looking at during some of the upcoming meetings are graduation rates and suspension rates among students with disabilities, for example. We know that there's a disparity and an inequity there where there's higher rates of suspension among that particular group. So one of the things we would be looking at is strategies for how to address that. And this SHIP dashboard will also display the strategies that we engage in to address those inequities. We'll be continuing to look at additional ways to partner with community members, with other sectors. Now, our big focus is making sure that the SHIP is not just focused on one thing, right? It can't just be the health department. We have to make sure that nonprofits are involved, healthcare, law enforcement, community, business. All of these sectors make up the public health network, right? These are the things that impact people's health. So we all need to have a a spot at the table and participate in order to make it the most effective it can be. And everything is still going to be centered on health equity, right? Individual and team growth, systems and policy change, community level work and partnerships, all of these things ultimately impact how healthy our communities are. So the better we do that, the more engagement we have, the more likely it is that we have improved health outcomes down the line. And before I close it out, I have one more video that I want to share from our community members. So this time we asked them, what would you say to anyone who may be interested in participating in the SHIP? If you're interested in participating in SHIP, please do so. It does not take a whole lot of your time or resources to be able to have a voice and speak. We need you to be able to share with us, what are your insights? What are you seeing throughout the different regions in the state? And bring your expertise to the table so that you can help us to influence the outcomes that we need to help us move into a healthier state by 2030. It's one of the things that we keep focusing on when you're looking at Healthy People 2030, healthy initiatives for the state of Louisiana. And so if you want to participate, it does not take up a lot of time. There isn't any homework to do. We just need your voice. We need your expertise so you can share with us so that you can be a part of influencing a positive change for Louisiana's healthcare. And that was Karen Weibel, who is the chair for our chronic disease work group. So, we hope that you can see from our presentation before I go to the closeout slide that community engagement and feedback is important to us. That's something we would, not be able to contribute or complete or conduct an effective SHIP without community engagement. So we welcome you all to join us. If you would like, we would love for you all to connect with us. So we can create more together and learn how to, create a more equitable Louisiana. If you're interested in staying updated, please text. We'll drop this in the chat as well. You can text SHIP, SHASHIP, to 22828. If you text that, that will sign you up for our newsletter. So you'll receive information about how to participate. And once again, that is SHIP, SHASHIP, at 22828. We'll also drop a link in the chat for you to fill out a form that will allow you to enter some basic information, your name, your email, phone number if you would like, and what working groups you would like to participate on. Real simple form. You fill that out and we'll link you into the upcoming activities that we have with the work groups. So if you want to learn more about clown shoes, wigs, community engagement, any of those things we're working on, feel free to join us. And with that being said, I would like to say thank you so much for giving us some time to just share with you all. We're always excited to be able to share what we're doing because it really highlights the type of community we have here in Louisiana. We have a very engaged community that cares about one another. And it's really great to see everybody coming together to work together to develop the SHIP. Dr. Nagatu, I'll let you have the last words.
Or if you guys would like to see Robert Hines perform and sing, that's a great way to. I just did want to clarify the anticipated new launch of the SHIP dashboard is this fall.
Yes.
So we anticipated in the summer, but the good thing about the SHIP, it is dynamic. And so we want to refine things. And as things come up, we have the ability to make sure it's right and postpone it, but we will have it launched this fall. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys. And Dr. T and Mr. Hans, if y'all send us that information, we would love to include that in our monthly newsletter. I know KJ is chomping at the bit. So please email that to KJ and we'll get that in there.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Bambi. Thank y'all so much. It was a great presentation. I personally am a huge fan of y'all's icebreakers. I thought that I knew Dr. Nagatu until like I realized I didn't know her. It was one of those sessions where you were asking like, which one sounds like her, or the two truths and a lie, or something of that sort. And I was like, what? So I personally am a fan and enjoy them. But let's see if you guys have any questions in the question and answer box. Okay, it seems as if James Mitchell, I'm sorry, said transportation is a huge factor in accessing healthcare. Wait 1 second. Okay. Will LDH be willing to work with GACTA and DOTD to improve transportation options in this state?
That's a great question, James. So we do have a couple of objectives focused on transportation that we partner with folks from DOTD on, around improving the safety of transportation. So one dealing with pedestrians and bikes, and the others dealing with vehicle crashes. And so yes, you're absolutely right. Transportation is definitely a huge issue. But there's also the issues of the safety issue. So all of these things are kind of cross-cutting. So yeah, DOTD is definitely involved. I don't know that we have spoken to anyone in particular from GACTA. Dr. Nagatu may have, we may have someone involved in the work groups, but we haven't done any collaboration with them.
And Ms. Brooks provided her email address. I'm unsure if there was a question or a response earlier that I may have missed that you guys were answering, because I did see y'all were in the chat and in the questions while y'all were taking turns. So Ms. Brooks, they did receive it. And Dr. Mitchell said 2 different problems, we can't walk to the doctor, which is
absolutely true. Which is why we wanted to make sure we didn't have simply a objective focused only on pedestrian safety, but also one focused on vehicles. And so there also is an opportunity with us engaging with DOTD to look at potential strategies about, for instance, your point, transportation to healthcare, right? So there's a lot of opportunity. The first thing was just to get folks at the table and start engaging. So that's one of the biggest issues, is around transportation. And so we're happy to have them available.
yes. So once again, we just want to thank you both so much for sharing with us. Great presentation as always. And
Thank you.
For anyone else, our next session will be on why didn't they just leave, in their own words. And it's a panel discussion on disabilities and barriers to evacuating. Will begin at 2:10. And as always, you're always welcome to remain logged in during the break, and we'll see you guys then. All right, thank y'all.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Jessica and Karen and Liz.
Hello.
You want to try your cameras and mics? I heard you, Jessica. Hi.
Hi.
And I see you. Hey, Liz, I see you.
Oh, you do? Did I get it? Oh my God, y'all.
Got it.
I'm so terrible at this. I can't even tell you. Awesome.
Oh, and
Hello.
I see you, Karen.
One of my colleagues was out of town for a week and I was taking over all of her virtual support groups and I was just leaving people in some sort of virtual waiting room I didn't know about. Fortunately, I have my number, so they kept calling to correct me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty much experts on Zoom, except we couldn't get the video sound in the last session, but we figured out an alternative route. So
I'm terrible with it. Yeah.
okay.
Ready to
So
go?
we'll be starting. Well, we'll be starting at 2:10. I just want to check your mics and your
great.
video. We'll come in and Alacia will introduce us. We just keep our cameras on and I'll share the slide deck when appropriate.
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Alacia, your video is very dark. Okay, it's gotten lighter. Okay.
Did
Right.
Jessica do a sound check?
Yeah, I heard Jessica earlier.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so we can turn off your camera and your mic and we'll get back on in about 8 minutes.
Okay. All right. So just do stop video.
Yeah.
And
Hi, everyone. We'll be starting in about 1 minute. Okay, if everyone would please turn on their cameras.
All right, did I get it?
You're here. We can
Woo,
hear you.
all right. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, Alicia will start us off.
Okay.
Just wait until exactly 2:10.
Not right now, honey.
Good afternoon. The next session will be Why Don't They Just Leave? In their own words, a panel discussion on disabilities and barriers to evacuating. This session was developed by Molly Tennant, who is the FEMA Disability Integration Specialist assigned to Louisiana. Unfortunately, Molly is unable to moderate this panel discussion, so Bambi Palazola, Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs, will be filling in for her. The panelists will be Liz Chapperton, Jessica Michaud with Trach Mamas, and Liz is from Gleason Foundation, and Karen Scallon with Special Needs and Parent Support Services of Louisiana. You can read the description for this session and their bios on page 17 of the conference booklet, which is linked in the chat. Bambi, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. Get my screen ready to share. Okay. Well, thank you all for agreeing to participate in this panel. I was prepared just to do the background for this entire conference, but I'm glad to fill in for our good friend Molly, who developed this presentation. And I think that it's going to be really engaging and really informative to people and really allow people to really think about what are some of the barriers that people with disabilities face in regards to evacuating. So let me see if I can work my screen here. Okay, so now we're going to meet the panelists. Have some slides, but I'm going to allow the panelists, whenever they see their gorgeous faces on the screen, to say a little bit more about themselves. And just before we move on, I am a white female in my 40s with long dark hair with a gray polo shirt and with a fireplace in the background, which is completely unnecessary in South Louisiana. So Molly who we talked about, and really wish that she was here. I am going to be taking her place, but this is her. I'm not probably as cute and fun as Molly, but I will try. But really appreciate Molly's leadership in our state, since she has become the disability integration specialist for FEMA in Louisiana a little over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, and really just appreciate her engagement with us here. And our first panelist is Liz Shapaton. Liz, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm with Team Gleason in New Orleans. Honestly, my education has literally nothing to do with my job. I always feel strange when people ask for those kind of credentials. So I work for families living with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS. My friend Steve Gleason started our foundation, a former Saints player. And I am pretty much in the community every day, pretty much in my car all the time, honestly. So I'll do insurance navigation, resource coordination, trying to look for resources for families living with this disease.
Thank you, Liz. Jessica?
Hi, I'm Jessica Michaud. I am a white female in my 30s, and I have on a blue and white striped shirt. I'm sitting in a chair with a white door behind me. I am one of the founders of Trach Mamas of Louisiana. I do have a bachelor's degree in social work, and I'm currently a member of MDAC, Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition, and the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs. I am a wife and a mother. We live in Livingston Parish. I have 4 children, 2 of which have different medical complexities and disabilities. We got started in disaster relief probably 2016, and we've been engaged on the state, national, and a little bit of international levels.
Thanks, Jessica. Next, Karen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Scallon. I'm not going to say my age range because I'm like out aging everybody, so y'all can guess. But I am a Caucasian woman with kind of wavy brown hair, shoulder length. I have on an orange shirt trimmed in black, and behind me is a screen that has kind of a banner for my agency, Special Needs and Parent Support Services, with my phone number, 504-300-5117. I am actually, this is my agency. I'm the owner, the only person that anyone ever encounters when you call my agency. I do Medicaid advocacy, but I've been doing a lot of work around emergency preparedness ever since I was president of the Down Syndrome Association of Greater New Orleans when Katrina hit. So that's been kind of something that's been near and dear to my heart. And I, try to help and help families navigate those complex things when they have to plan. I'm also a member of a number of different stakeholder groups on the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs, and a board member for Jessica's organization, Trach Mamas of Louisiana.
Thanks, Karen. So we're going to move on. Molly had prepared several questions that I'm going to ask each of you to answer. I'll try to change up the order, but if you really want to be the first one to go, just let me know, jump in. We'll make this as fun and engaging as possible on a very serious topic. So the first question is, there are a lot of considerations that go into evacuating, regardless of disability status. So elaborate on the conditions that go into not just evacuation, but disaster preparedness as a whole in terms of disability. And let's start out. Liz, you're the face I see on my screen. You want to
No
go first?
problem. First of all, I forgot the description stuff. I apologize. I'm a white woman in my 50s. I'm wearing a black t-shirt in front of a curtain. Some of the biggest problems that we have, and I think that a lot of these problems are common, I feel like, to everybody in a hurricane zone specifically. Where do you go? When do you go? Because it's very difficult to make that determination early, considering how much things can move around. For people in my community specifically, and I think despite the fact that obviously the challenges are just as unique as the disabilities and the individuals that are living with those disabilities, I think that if on a general term, you could almost plan for somebody with ALS, you've pretty much encompassed a very wide range of catastrophic disabilities, and with any luck, taking care of a lot of other people, as well. So one of the biggest problems, of course, is people in my community, they're living off of usually one income, which would be a disability benefit, the Social Security disability benefit, since the other people in the home, statistically, are going to end up having to leave their jobs to take care of their person. So evacuating and putting that money out before, not knowing if you will be reimbursed by FEMA or how long that would take, not everybody can do that. Okay, so it's a big issue. And in addition to that, where do you go? By the time we know where it's coming and possibly get the list of hotels that we could be reimbursed for, people are traveling 2-3 states out, right? The ADA rooms are not kept for people with disabilities. In addition, not everybody has transportation. And I think that would be, if we started, where do you go? How do you get there? And how to pay for it all? How do you get there is a huge problem. We have zero accessibility transportation available, short of calling ahead to schedule a ride with a Medicaid provider. But other than that, we have no taxis, no Ubers, no Lyfts, it's very difficult to rent a van in the New Orleans area anyway, with that can handle our type of wheelchair. We traditionally use these group 3 complex rehab chairs that weigh on average 400 pounds. So we can't go in a regular car. And these chairs are not just a mobility issue for our community, but really a medical device in terms of positioning, holding our equipment, being able to shift your weight around and try to get a little bit of comfortable. And so transport chairs really are not helpful to us. We can't leave our chairs behind. And so that's a problem. We have a tremendous number of people, obviously, in the community across the board that are power reliant on any sort of device that needs the power. Again, you aren't able to purchase a generator and get it reimbursed until the Stafford Act is in effect, but there are no generators to purchase once that happens, And again, the price of gas, to get the gas, not only is gas scarce, but it's expensive. And this is a very expensive, just to evacuate, I would think for somebody in the best case scenario, you have to mentally realize what your budget is going to be putting out. And so for a family living this close to the line and struggling anyway, it's a problem. Right now, I am still looking for, and I feel so terrible bringing a bunch of problems in because you guys have been so good about handing out resources. But I mean, I'm still looking for groups where I can get ramps to get people out of their houses for regular days, I'm not sure what's going to happen come this emergency. I understand those of us who are on the waiver, we can ask for the HOMA modifications, but that is quite a process and takes quite a bit of time. So it's not going to happen in time for hurricanes this year for us. And so now I'm looking for striker chairs. How am I going to get people even down the stairs for a fire? Forget about a hurricane, anything. And this is an ongoing problem. So I think that I wish I could offer solutions. I mean, what we do specifically within our community is we try for the people who don't have vehicles, we try to get them to make a decision early on where they're going to go when they don't have their own cars to get somewhere. Even we're looking at ways to raise money to even to get a hotel room on a higher floor here in New Orleans. So you're not so far gone that we can help get equipment, et cetera, there before. But it's a scary situation, and recovery. I'm not even, we could do a whole different thing on the recovery problems, but just in preparation for this, it's a tremendous challenge to people who are living with such a rapidly progressive and degenerative disease.
Thank you, Liz. Karen, would you like to?
Yeah, I was looking at this question from a little bit different perspective. Just looking at disaster preparedness overall in terms of what do individuals and families of people with disabilities need to do. One of the things that I try to emphasize with my families is this is not just about hurricanes. It's about being prepared for tornado, flood, fire, chemical explosion or emergency. You may have to evacuate very quickly for those things, and their plans really need to have a 72-hour go bag, or just something that they call a go bag with basics and information in it, maybe some change of clothes. The other thing is too, if that kind of goes along with that, if there's a child with a disability, if they're in school, what is the school doing as far as making sure that medications are with the child? Because we have so many lockdowns now for even just for practice, but also for tornadoes. We're in Tornado Alley now for active shooter events and active shooter drills. You know, if the child's medication is not with them and they have diabetes, or they need an EpiPen or something like that, that's extremely problematic. So that all really needs to be in sort of an all-encompassing disaster plan. So my message is always not, you know, oh, I have a plan and that's it. It's revisit that plan every year, add to it, make changes, ask questions, and make sure you have multiple resources and things that, you know, plans that you have in place in case something doesn't work.
Thanks, Karen. Jessica, would you like to add anything to this question?
Hi, this is Jessica. Poverty really affects all of our communities. We live in one of the poorest states. And so I sat at a meeting one time and someone said, well, everyone who lives in the state, every household should have $1,000 to evacuate. And I about fell out of my chair because I said, there's no way people can do this. There's no way people in the disability community specifically can do this, because a lot of families are living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of families can't just abandon supplies and things like that. So planning ahead as much as you can. And how many supplies? What kind of supplies are you taking? Where are you going to store them? Some people don't have a lot of room. So where would you put them in the meantime? That's easily accessible. Medications, things like that. How quickly can you get them? And what equipment would you leave behind? What equipment is vital to bring? And all the accessories, surge protectors, things like that. Our community, the trait community, really relies heavily on powered equipment, and hotels, shelters, things of that nature. They don't have enough outlets. They don't have enough to power up all of our supplies and equipment. So some of those are to be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next question, Karen, I'll let you go first. It says, one of the challenges of evacuating is locating a place to stay. Hotels have limited ADA compliant hotel rooms, and navigating a shelter can be difficult with a disability. Can you share about experiences in which a shelter or hotel was ADA compliant but not functional that should be considered in shelter setup and design? And an example she gave was motion sensor time light shut off in bathrooms when changing an ostomy appliance.
Oh, no.
Yeah, actually, well, one of the things Jessica just said about the number of outlets, what's available to you in any shelter or hotel room, obviously is very important. So just, re-emphasizing that. But I would also add, there was a situation that came up during Katrina. There was a young lady in her teens who did not have her wheelchair. So she was on the cot in the large general population shelter, but she was unable to move on her own. And she had to have diaper changes, and there was no provision for providing her any privacy. There was no screen or anything they could even do. It was very difficult. And that story really stuck with me after Katrina. And then I would say the other thing is, I have a son who has autism, and the sensory overload in any shelter presents some tremendous challenges. I don't even think I would be able to take him to a large scale shelter because it's just absolutely too overwhelming for him. The lights, the sounds, the noise, the number of faces, it just would be way too much. I know during one of the hurricanes, and Jessica, you might remember which one this was, but through my agency, I had a volunteer who set up a sensory area in the shelter in Baton Rouge. I think it was for the 2016 flood.
Yes, it was.
That was, yeah. That helped for a lot of people I know in that shelter. But it wasn't completely separate from the noise and that kind of din of the big, large room with all these voices echoing around. I don't think it was a complete, sound proof area, but it helped. And even with headphones, like I just don't know that he would be somebody who could navigate that large scale shelter. So I think that's one of the challenges too.
Thank you, Karen. Liz, do you want to respond?
I was just gonna, I know, and Bambi, that I've pushed this a lot. I just want everybody to know about these power stations that I've been turned on to, because they have been phenomenal, especially for the extra power. Even when people are, I try to get them to even have them in their car whenever possible, but you can get these power stations that are like basically for camping or whatever. You can add on to them. They can have solar panels if you choose to. We recently had that Amazon Prime Day, and we put it on our wish list, and we got so many, and I'm so excited to pass these off to families, especially families living in places where they cannot put a gas generator at all, in the townhomes, or if they're too close. And those have been a real, not a solution to everything, I'm not going to lie, but I mean, after Ida, I did go around charging people's batteries and some wheelchairs to the places I could get to. That was tremendous. Being able to recharge packs for swamp coolers that could be USB for people with, temperature regulation issues. That was tremendous. And it's a great source of emergency power on the go. And I have several. In fact, when I'm working from home and my power goes out, which happens with shocking frequency, I'm able to plug my modem into it and still run the internet and work from home. So I mean, those kind of new things that we found have been really helpful, but obviously not. It's a spit and paste kind of, not a permanent solution, but it's been very helpful. We do not travel anywhere personally, our group, without one, because you never know what's going to happen with the equipment we use. And obviously, we rely on power,
Well, thank you for that response. I would say one bright spot in this is that we have advocates have advocated about these issues and have seen progress. And at least in our shelters, in our state shelters or our Red Cross shelters, they certainly aren't perfect, but there's been incremental progress and just an awareness. And I think we just need to keep on, vocalizing what's needed and sharing what's needed and get those things implemented in those shelters.
And actually what you just said about not having enough outlets, I'm sorry, who was that who said that? I'm making notes as you do this because we have go bags, but I don't know that I've ever mentioned 72 hours. But what a great thing to put in there, a power strip surge protector, so you can have more outlet. So no, that's a great, I don't think I've ever put that one in there. Thank you.
Yeah. So our next question, Jessica, I'll start with you. Due to additional challenges of evacuations for persons with disabilities, many choose to shelter in place as an alternative. What additional planning goes into preparing to shelter in place?
I think the concerns about equipment and supplies and medication, that comes first to my mind. Are you in an area that typically floods? If so, you may want to consider alternate plans. Are you in an area where power outages happen frequently? That's another thing to consider. Do you have backup power? Do you have enough backup power? So if you have one of the in-house generators, do you have a spare generator just in case? Do you have additional gas? Do you have things like that? Do you have all of the contacts, the emergency contacts? I think it was during the flood of 2016 where emergency EOC went down and people were not able to call 911. So having additional things, towers went down, everything. So having additional plans, do I know my neighbors? Do I know anyone locally that can help me? And just knowing that you can't rely on the power companies and rely on that list that everyone tends to advocate for, because they're not going to cut your power on right away just because you have a disability. We've seen that over and over again.
I'm not even sure what that service is for, actually.
I don't either. I think it's just kind of a feel-good thing at this point. But being careful of situations that lure you into a false sense of security, making sure you have not just enough supplies, but an abundance of supplies to where if you're flooded, our subdivision was flooded and we weren't flooded, but the surrounding areas, and we couldn't get out for probably a good week and a half. And so having that ability to just fend for yourselves, lack of a better phrase.
Well, and I will say for that as well, like what happened after Ida, even your whole house generator, that's not meant to go more than 3 days with little upkeep and maintenance, and do you have your extra filters? Do you have the oil for it? Do you have a backup? Because it will go down if we have to do what we did after Ida. I also think that it's important to really stress there's a limit to how long people with our level of disability need to be in a place with no infrastructure. Okay, because suddenly, unfortunately, in New Orleans, especially, crime is a problem. And so if you have one house on that block with all the light and their CMP, we're a vulnerable population, to say the least. We make sure that people have distilled water to wash their tubes and all of our equipment. The backup power beyond even the generator, yes. Safe handling, if it's just a gas generator, to please the safe handling of it. I understand that these are the most commonly stolen household items during this year, and that's why part of the reason people are putting them too close. But you need to make sure that you're using these things safely. How far is that? Are we going to have gas? If you run out, are you going to be able to go get more gas? Those are the really the big ones, the cleanliness. I do always ask people to, and I'll do it myself when I do home visits, to introduce themselves to the local fire station, because I have never seen a fire station not willing to go above and beyond, and to let your fire station know if you're staying, because they have been excellent about checking in on people, about letting you come in to charge equipment, et cetera. And as weird as it sounds, if you have a Waffle House in your area, have that conversation with the Waffle House, because they stay open, about using power, and being able to use that as a moment of last resort right there. And for the most part, they're pretty nice about that. But once again, when the whole city shuts down for like it did after Ida, a lot of that's pretty much out the window.
Thank you. Glad you said that, Liz. This is Jessica. The medical considerations too. A lot of people have different medical issues that may arise. Anyone with respiratory issues know that when hurricane season comes and rain comes, it kicks up a lot of stuff in the air, and you may be more prone to respiratory issues. So do you have access to medical facilities just in case?
Yeah.
And I love what you said about the Waffle House. EOC may be down, but Waffle House will not be.
It's crazy, right? And I've done it before.
They may.
They've come through for us. So yeah, gotta do what you gotta
Great
do.
suggestions. Karen, you have something else to add to this?
To kind of emphasize something Jessica touched on. So the 2016 flood, I think what went down mostly was the I think AT&T cell towers were down, but Wi-Fi still worked. So you could be in a situation where you've decided to shelter in place, but you don't have a communication plan to really think ahead. What can I do about this? What a lot of people in that situation did was they made sure they downloaded apps that allowed you to make a call on Wi-Fi. So it basically assigns you a new number. You're still using your phone. It's a free call. And then you're able to call out, and you want to make sure you get one that you can call out to anyone, that they don't have to have the same app. And so a lot of people were able to call out for assistance using those Wi-Fi based apps on their cell phones. The other thing that I always tell my people too is, if you're going to shelter in place, especially when we're talking about a hurricane, and you're sheltering in place because you basically have what amounts to an ICU in your home, for someone that's disabled, you're not going to easily be able to move this person yourself. They're not ambulatory. They're dependent on machinery, et cetera. You know that there's always risks afterwards. We know there's risk of flood, there's risk of tornadoes, spin-off tornadoes, any kind of thing like that. You really need to get to know your emergency operations center people. And I really, feel strongly about that being a two-way conversation. But anyway, I'm asking my families, especially those like in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish, where they saw so many problems during Hurricane Ida, call your EOC, talk to them, tell them why it is you can't leave. Have them, when it's off season, it's not hurricane season, ask them, invite them to the house, come see your situation. So they can have a picture in their mind of like what's going on and what causes you to have this inability to necessarily get out, and what you might need just in case you do have to. Because I did have a lady in the 2016 flood in an area which had never ever flooded before in Denham Springs. Her son was completely dependent, total care, and in a specialized wheelchair and everything. And they really weren't prepared. So the waters rose very quickly. She did not have a go bag. She had never done a go bag before. She didn't have anything for them but the clothes on their back. And they just happened to get out. Water wound up being about 6 feet in her house, but they got out when it was chest high, and somebody put him in a boat. I mean, he was just put in a boat until they could get him to someplace that could transport him. And they laid on shelter cots, in having been in this flood water, which is not good for someone who's, got a lot of medical complexities and things like that. So, making sure you've got a plan and another plan and another plan, and you've got these phone numbers in your phone. You can put this app in your phone and connect to people that are going to get you help. Connect to your Medicaid Healthy Louisiana plan, because their case managers are going to be on the ball trying to get people new equipment and medications and get you connected to new dialysis providers, because yours may be flooded out and not able to help you. Having that communication plan in your phone and written down too is really important.
Thank you for that, Karen. And just want to remind y'all, we have about 15 minutes left. And just for all of you who are busily taking notes and trying to figure out how you get this implemented, we will follow up with some resources to help you kind of put in place some of these things that they're all suggesting. And we'll do that through our MDAC, the Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition, which we're all a member of, and you can be too. We'll tell you more about that. Our next question, Liz, I'll start off with you. When it comes to successful planning, often we learn from past success and failures. Can you share a preparedness experience that has been really valuable, and perhaps an experience in which you realized you needed to revise your preparedness and evacuation plan, or that of someone you assist?
Well, again, our community rarely evacuates because of the cost as well as transportation. Because the equipment, if you don't have the transportation for your chair, which is the most comfortable place to be, then you're not going to leave town without it. So we don't frequently do it. And we try to suggest that if you're going to leave, you make a deadline on when that decision will be made. Because the other big thing is, people often break down on the road in the heat, in this traffic, their cars, their vans will overheat, and that is a serious problem. Lord. So I think one of the biggest successes we had was have access to, you know what? I wish I could say we learned so much more from our successes, but honestly, we learn more from our failures. So I could tell you a lot of those. One is not having the distilled water on hand, not enough. And when you have as many tubes as we use, you need more than you would think for just 3 days. So we actually try to over prepare with families, because if the power goes out in New Orleans, the likelihood of it coming back on in just 3 days is pretty low. It's usually about 10 days. So we try to really push for plan for the crazy to happen. And then I think that the successes that we've had have been trying to get our people those backup emergency power, be it whatever we can get our hands on before. I have a list of suggestions to families that they go through their equipment and they check their batteries and they look at their battery time for each device. And then we want to, what are we going to need to power this more? For medicines that have to be kept cool. If you're not running your refrigerator on the on a generator, if it's not a whole house generator, which really you could run it for an hour, and then shut it and just not open it for a while and you'd be good. So I try to break down those as well. But we've been having a lot of success with the coolers that actually have the clamps and the seal, because they really do keep things. You can keep ice, etc., for a week. So that's been a lot better than some of the other ones that have just turned into water on us. But for us, I would say that the most important thing is the backup power source. And that has been a disaster, as well as really we've found some ways around it. But knowing the power you need and almost doubling how much backup you'd need to expect has been the best. Hotels, see, that's the thing though. We don't evacuate because you have to go, by the time that order comes in and it can be reimbursed, assuming you have a vehicle, you often have to travel several states away to get a hotel. People will end up in Texas or further up in in northern areas, and that's a big problem. We try to get out even just like a curb and threshold ramps for those people who have a car, to put in their car prior, because and I'm not really sure how some of these places are saying that they are ADA compliant, because, subtitles alone does not make a room ADA compliant. And so we have Go shower chairs that we try to bring out that have been very helpful, because it is incredibly difficult to deal with any sort of bathroom accidents if you don't have the proper equipment and backup things that you would need. And so I would say that the things that we've learned the most are the backup power, the distilled water, and then trying to leave. I mean, setting your deadline to leave. It becomes too late to leave for a lot of us. And unfortunately for people with our level of disability, that happens a heck of a lot sooner than the state tells us not to. And then we do a community relay, which has been very good with people in the ALS communities who will volunteer to have their information put out there as a check-in spot when we don't all have power or a way to telephone each other. And they'll allow themselves to be like a communication hub for our community, which has been really helpful as well. And then different families as well further along that you have their contact will be able to have backup and the equipment you need when you get there, if it comes to that. And that has been a tremendous help. But unfortunately, it has been mostly through the community. So it's not something that I can say this has been the greatest resource that the state or the government's helped us do that. It just hasn't worked that way. And I think that perhaps because of the speed and the severity, the speed that our disease travels and the severity of it, it's very hard to plan in a timely way that will help the people living with it now. So we do rely primarily on community.
Thank you, Liz. I think those are really good perspective. Karen, you like to add?
Yeah. One of the things that we had to tackle, and I don't know if y'all can even see me because I had to jump off my computer. I lost internet, so now I'm on my cell. But one of the things in our family we had to tackle, both myself, my mother, who is disabled, she's elderly. I evacuate her and my son, is just the whole anxiety around evacuating, especially that year. I want to say it was during COVID, where we just had back to back threats. So Jessica actually helped me with this, and it's a big part of my preparation every year now. And that is to just put a bag out and start packing early. And at June 1st, my mom puts a suitcase. Nobody sits on her sofa. So she kind of puts a suitcase out there and she just starts putting her little things in it. We know we're not going to probably have to leave in June, but by the time she's done, she's ready for when the storms come up. So all she has to really do is zip up her bags and, we come get them in the car. For me, it was really traumatic that year because I also had my husband who's disabled, significantly disabled, and I had to pack for all of us and try to figure it out, what we're going to do if we left. But Jessica helped a lot with that and helping me just kind of figure out ways I could get prepared ahead of time. And then just that year, I think we wound up leaving like all of the suitcases in the living room. They just stayed packed. We didn't unpack them because every week we had like another threat. And I would just say to everybody that's listening, you need to be always revising your plan. It doesn't necessarily mean you can always put money into it, but just double check. Have you checked with the teacher this year and made sure what the school's plans are for your child's medicine? Have you downloaded some more hotels or places that you might be able to go? Or have you downloaded those apps for your plan, your Healthy Louisiana plan, or, those kind of things? Those are the kind of things that when you're in a stressful situation, if you've done that footwork ahead of time, it can make it a whole lot easier, because evacuating, whether you're sheltering in place or you're evacuating to another location, either way, it's extremely stressful. And stress affects how we react to emergencies. So the more we can build in supports for ourselves and our loved ones in advance, I think it can only help make us have a more successful plan.
Thanks, Karen. Jessica, do you have anything to add to that?
I'm gonna try to be super quick. This is Jessica again. Getting a little too honest, our family, my son had been home for probably 3 years, and so we were working with support coordinators through the waiver system. And if you have a waiver, then you know you have an abundance of paperwork to fill out all the time. And it seems like you're being pulled in different directions to fill out paperwork. So when I got this prior to our first emergency situation, it was the evacuation plans for part of our care plan of care. And I just kind of Googled numbers, like, okay, well, they want somewhere in this direction. I'll Google this hotel and give them that. And I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it until our first emergency, and that was 2016, the flood. And then I said, oh my goodness, I really need to put a whole lot more thought into this. I focused so much on my son's medical conditions and his disabilities, but I did not at all focus on what I thought at the time was kind of lagniappe, like the extras. I didn't prepare for emergencies. I prepared for medical emergencies, not hurricanes and tornadoes. So that really kind of brought me down to earth and said, hey, I got to look at this and I have to revise it. And we've had a lot of success with our community engaging in social media, engaging in telling hospitals, hey, if a parent needs me, I'm here. And so those parents become friends, and it's really helpful if you're tight on money and you need to evacuate, maybe you can split the costs of a suite. It's also helpful to know what other people are packing in their go bags, what people are bringing, not bringing. I would have never in a million years thought to bring, my son also had autism, to bring his comfort toys. I would have never thought about that until I saw other parents and other families, and I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. In case something happened, I was just thinking short term. So that's my personal experience.
Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, all you guys. All right, I think this is our last question. In order to enhance support to the disability community in making evacuations more accessible, what should emergency managers at the parish level know? So I forgot what order we're going in, so I will let you guys battle it out vocally, whoever speaks first.
This is Jessica again. I think the top thing that comes to mind for me is that there's not just a stereotypical version of people with disabilities. There's not the person who they think about, they may not have a lot of experience in interacting with people with disabilities. So when they think about an individual on a ventilator and oxygen and feeding tubes, what they're thinking about may not necessarily be what it is. Or they may be thinking about autism and the violent outbursts and the meltdowns, but they may not focus on the anxiety. So really focusing on not stereotyping or having that picture in your mind, because every person with a disability is different. So every situation is going to be different.
And this is Karen. I just want to add to that and say that, I think that they really should have some, if they don't already, they may planning for understanding how many people are going to need transportation that have wheelchairs and at least some equipment that they have to bring with them. I think bringing their equipment and their wheelchairs should be an accommodation. So we should be planning for that and making sure that we have the kind of transportation that we need for our local populations to be able to accommodate for wheelchairs and the equipment that people might need to bring.
I saw in the question and answer about what some of us have in our emergency bags. And of course, it is very dependent on your specific needs, but some things that we really stress to double check is make sure you have your ambu bag and the proper connections if you're using a trach. Obviously, people tend to just hang that on the chair and think, you know, I don't need to make sure it's still working well, there's no holes or whatever, to make sure. And I like to have 2 ambu bags because I'm a little bit of a freak. But the ambu bags are a big deal. We obviously the clothes, change of under, you know, that type of thing. We do probably overkill on our bug spray and bug wipes because, you know, the mosquitoes, we just can't win. So we make sure that we have obviously your normal things, your medication, your clothes, the ambu bags, your respiratory equipment, your backup equipment, food, if you're tube fed, to make sure that you have your formula and a way to keep it, keep the integrity of it. You don't want to have formula that's gotten really hot and then really cold again. You know, you got to really sort of maintain that. And water, people really will forget to have just regular water because you're doing so many other things. And it's a little embarrassing when you get to that part and realize you don't have it. Even before COVID, part of our bag was masks, simply because you're out and about and the best way to stay healthy is to avoid getting sick. So we always had bags, masks, especially for people who wanted to come up and get a little too close at times. So we've always had masks and wipes, you know, a lot of good wipes.
Thank you guys so much for your great responses to these questions. I just want to let everyone know that I put a link in the chat to our MDAC info and resource page, which try to keep up with a lot of the information, try to put those resources and link the resources to the tools that were discussed. Well, we do once a month lunch and learn, so join us at lunch for just some really great information, little small bites of information and resources. If you would like to, I'm gonna stop my share now. It's so much easier not to be sharing a screen. But if you would like to be involved in MDAC, if you really just love Karen and Jessica and Liz and me and just want to be around us more, get involved with MDAC. And again, that's the Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. And we just really, it's a coalition. It's not anyone paid to do a specific job. It's just people who are passionate and have some lived experience and want to contribute to improving our preparation and response and recovery for people with disabilities and the unfortunately many disasters that we face in Louisiana.
I'd be happy to share actual examples of go bags that folks in my community use that have given me, if I have a chance to go through them and just take out whatever they don't want you know, of the stuff that they need. Because I mean, honestly, to me, the best educators are people living with this. I mean, that's everything I know about this disease. I've learned from the people living with it, you know, everything of value. How to just
get sounds like a great lunch and learn, Liz, just to sit there and have a video of people, you know, people on Zoom showing what they have in there.
I'm telling you, they're like ninjas. Some of the stuff that people do, I'm like, I can't. What?
We go hard.
What's
and
going on? Yeah, it's very impressive.
At you, Liz, because I'm an oxygen hoarder. So I had like 10 oxygen tanks in my car at one time and got fussed at numerous times for it, but I still did it.
Aren't you afraid of accidents? Because that's my thing with the gas. I'm always afraid I'm going to blow somebody up when I'm bringing gas jugs around. I'm like, it's going to be terrible. I have no business touching this stuff. Yeah, no, I really like those power stations, which I'm going to be sharing too, because it's better for net people like me, and you can bring them in your car to go. So if you end up at a shelter or somewhere else, you still have power, a backup emergency source. And I really
And
like
we
them.
have just a couple questions. Christy asked, how do we find the contact for our EOC coordinator for our parish? That's I normally Google, it's on the GoStep website, your parish EOC coordinator, and I think that'll take you straight to it, Christy. If I had more time, I would have put the link here, but we'll put that link on that MDAC document. And then we have a question. Let's see, I can't make out what that question is. Basically, we have something from Melanie saying Lake Charles suffered 5 disasters back and forth during a pandemic, and all the water systems in our parish was down. So water is a great need for prep. Christy said that, people have to consider the financial implications in regards to getting a hotel room. You have to be 21. They'll put a hold on your debit or credit card. So you might not have access to your resources in the bank because have a hold on your money. So all of those just exacerbates the problems.
It really does. And even if you are lucky enough to find a room that is still open, that FEMA is going to reimburse you. I know it's but like food is not accounted for. And this gets really, really expensive for a family that's living on, one disability income. And so having to feed your entire family 3 meals a day for several days is very difficult on that strain. It's I think that even under the best of circumstances, if you're not living with a disability and you have your own vehicle, you have to expect to put out at least $500 or $600 for a family to go to evacuate. And not everybody can do that. It's a serious problem.
I'm going to give all you guys, I know we're over time, but if any of our panelists have some closing thoughts, I want to give y'all just a moment to share that.
No, I'm just extraordinarily excited about the power strip idea. I can't believe I've never even come across that or heard it before. That's the genius thing right there. Yeah.
I always over prepare instead of under prepare. So if you need 5 of something, it's better to have 10 in my book.
I agree.
And my recommendation would be, I don't know if I'm coming through or not, would be to have more than one way to do or get whatever information you need. Redundancies have more than one possible place to go, more than one possible route, more than one possible way to get your medication, more than one list of what your medications are or access to your healthcare information.
Printing out those lists and putting them in your go bag.
Yes.
I would like to point out, though, we ran into some problems with IDA because even though under the Stafford Act, you can have an additional prescription written, United Healthcare specifically would not pay for it. People cannot put that extra money out of pocket. So I think that that kind of like a year in advance talking to your provider about writing like a 45 instead of 30-day prescription or whatever and storing like, a Branch Davidian ends up being the only option for a lot of our families because they can't pay that cost out of pocket for a replacement prescription.
As far as Medicaid populations, the state issues a requirement that the Healthy Louisiana plans have to issue in the event of a large-scale disaster, 30 days worth of medications for whatever prescriptions you have, unless you have it's a controlled substance.
Right.
You can run into a problem for controlled substances, but other prescriptions, you should be getting 30 days in a large-scale disaster if you're in the expected strike zone of the hurricane.
And if you leave home in an emergency and you left your medication, that's the problem, and they're not covering the cost. Maybe they're supposed to be, but they're not covering it. So when you're on the road,
if they have, like I said, if they have their bottles and they have Medicaid, they need to call their Healthy Louisiana plan. You can ask Jessica, I'm online. I have a emergency page every hurricane season. I'm online answering questions and I handle all kinds of Medicaid advocacy for that. So if you got anybody that is not getting the medications they're supposed to from Medicaid, then
Yes.
definitely, Liz, you and I can talk.
I would
But
love that
even
to have
with
numbers
the
to call out. Mhm.
Yeah, even with the private companies, the Department of Insurance is the one that oversees the private insurance companies. I say private, the insurance companies doing business in Louisiana. They're overseen by the Department of Insurance, so they usually issue something. Now, there's some ins and outs about what plans are actually considered private, which ones aren't. That's something that, you know, for somebody with private insurance, it might be a little bit more tricky. But for Medicaid populations, I definitely want to know about it if somebody is supposed to get medications and they can't.
That'd be awesome. It'd be wonderful. Yep. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take your contact.
Thank you,
Karen,
guys. Go ahead, Jessica.
Website is just a huge source for different resources. Her website's fantastic. So if anybody
Thanks,
hasn't
Jessica.
visited, you need to visit.
And that is linked in our conference program in her bio. So please go to that. Thank all of you guys. All of your websites are linked in our bios, in that bio document, have a lot of resources there. Thank you guys so much. I think take away from this is really building community, being prepared and building community for yourself, and reaching out and bringing others in. And it's about us, you know, preparing ourselves and preparing our communities and doing the work. So just really appreciate you guys. And our next session will be starting in about 10 minutes. And I think Alicia is going to come on and make that transition for us. So Alicia, take it away.
Thank
back.
you. Thank
Gotta
you,
run.
Bambi, Liz, Jessica.
I will be right back. I need to run take a call from a family. I'll be back.
Okay, and Karen, next session will start at 3:20. And you can remain online. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Hi, I see 3 Tara LeBlancs listed in the attendees. Please raise your virtual hand, Tara. Whichever one. Okay, I see you. Tara, you want to try your video and audio?
Oh, there's my video and audio, and let me see if I can share my screen, get the right screen up.
Okay, KJ is going to pull down this screen, her screen. Let's see. KJ, can you take down your screen so Tara can practice?
Oh, what I need to
Okay, there you go.
be over here.
Looks perfect.
Okay, wait, what screen are y'all seeing?
It's your first slide. It's just the it just has Louisiana Medicaid and wine with Tara LeBlanc. Oh, now
Okay.
you're going through it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll start off, Tara, in just a few minutes, but if you can take down your PowerPoint for now so that we can do the introduction and have you on video.
Okay.
And then when we hit record, the recording will not, the people who are watching live will be able to see you, but the recording will only show the interpreter because they'll be spotlighted. So yeah.
That is fine. Perfect.
So there'll only be this 109 people who will actually see your face, and anybody who watches the recording will not see your face.
That is fine. That is fine. They don't need to. I'm looking at my hair. It's been a long day today.
Yeah.
And look, baby, I do have several of my staff joining, just in case they have some, I thought it might be more waiver questions than others. So I have some other teams joining just in case.
Okay, well, if y'all, any of your staff that can raise their hands, virtual hands, and we can move them over to panelists if we need to.
Okay. I will let them know that. I will.
Oh, wait, there's somebody with their hand raised. Somebody named Tara LeBlanc.
No, that's me, but my hand should not be raised anymore.
No, it's another person, like someone that's logged in with your link.
Right. Oh, yeah, that must be, oh, that might be them. Because I only had one link to the webinar.
That's probably
okay, that's Charlene. Okay. Charlene's our director of eligibility.
Okay. If y'all can change your names on the screen. You can rename
I'm gonna change it right now.
Okay.
And is there Katie Entrepot? Is she on? Do you see? It may be another Tara LeBlanc.
Now I do see another Tara LeBlanc, and I see a Demetria Shelton.
No.
Okay, Demetria, if you have a question, you can ask it in the Q&A.
All right, and let the other one that's Tara LeBlanc in. That may be.
I did. She is here.
Okay. I wonder who that is.
It's me, Tara. I'm renaming.
Oh, hey, Jamie.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. If y'all could, Charlene or Jamie, if you can let Katie know to just raise her hand when she gets on, and that way.
She says she's here, but she cannot rename herself.
Okay.
I'm promoting another Tara LeBlanc here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, I see Katie with my name. Now, Katie, see if you can try to change the name. If not, but we can get started, Bambi. I think we're
okay.
Oh, wait, I gotta wait, hold on. I done lost my PowerPoint. Where's my PowerPoint? Uh-oh.
Amina, if you're ready to do the introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, my name is Amina Mitchell. I am a Governor's Fellow working in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs this summer.
Amina, Can you wait? Can you start all over for the interpreter?
Yes, ma'am. My bad. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Ready when you guys are.
Go ahead, you can go.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, my name is Amina Mitchell. I am a governance fellow working in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs this summer. I am an African American female with long, medium short black hair with locks, and I am wearing a light blue and white polo with SU representing my school on it. And this is the last session of the day, will be what you need to know about Medicaid Unwind in Louisiana. The presenter will be Ms. Tara LeBlanc, and Louisiana Medicaid Executive Director. You can read the description for this session in their bios and on page 20 of the conference booklet, which is linked in the chat.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tara LeBlanc. I am the Medicaid Executive Director for Louisiana. It is my pleasure to be here with everyone this afternoon. So we're going to get started, and as I go through this PowerPoint presentation, if you have questions, you can put them in Q&A or chat. I'm not sure if both of them are enabled. But we can go ahead and move forward. I will describe a little bit about myself. I am in my 50s, so I'll go ahead and say my age to give you an idea, but I have shortish shoulder length brown hair. I have been working for the state for 30 years. My passion is advocacy for our Medicaid members and any other social services that we can provide to our Louisiana constituents. So with that said, I'm going to start sharing my screen from our PowerPoint. Again, if you have any questions and need me to clarify or slow down at any point, just put it in the Q&A or chat and we will do that. Hold on one second. Can you see my slides? Can someone put that in chat to say that they see the slides?
Yeah, Tara, we can see it. Everything's great.
Okay. All right, perfect. Then we are going to get started. And I hope everyone has been aware of what when the public health emergency ended in May of 2023, just a couple of months ago. We have to start redetermining Louisiana Medicaid members to make sure that they're still eligible. At the beginning of the public health emergency, Medicaid had 1.6 million enrollees enrolled receiving their healthcare coverage through Medicaid. At the end of the public health emergency, we had over 2 million Louisiana residents, adults and children, who get their health insurance coverage through Louisiana Medicaid. Over 90% of that population is enrolled in Medicaid through something that we call managed care organizations. We have 6 managed care organizations for our state. So the next piece of this unwind and for Medicaid is that Louisiana Medicaid eligibility determinations are conducted using automated eligibility rules in our automated system called LaMeds. And LaMeds allows for real-time eligibility decisions and greater self-service opportunities for applicants and enrollees. And on the screen, you can see is one of the, just a snapshot of the self-service portal to either log in and apply for Medicaid or ensure that your information is up to date. You can do it online as well as calling, emailing, or mailing information to us. And the next slide discusses the COVID-19 public health emergency. As part of the federal COVID-19 public health emergency, Louisiana had to make a lot of operational changes. Some of that included we could not disenroll anyone in Medicaid unless they permanently moved out of state, deceased, or voluntarily requested us to withdraw their Medicaid or end their coverage. Outside of that, members throughout this public health emergency, this 3-year time period, remained on Medicaid with no changes to their eligibility. However, with the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which President Biden signed December 28th, 2022, Louisiana Medicaid, like all other states, is returning to our normal operations in Medicaid, which requires us to redetermine every member in Medicaid to ensure that they're eligible. We call that the renewal process for current members on Medicaid. We started our renewal process for the first time at the end of April. The redeterminations for all of our members will be spread over 12 months. If the member's coverage cannot be extended through an ex parte process, or what an ex parte process is that we receive electronic data sources from the federal hub and some state areas. And if we can validate a member's eligibility using those electronic data sources, they actually renew their Medicaid eligibility for the next 12 months and they don't have to do anything. So it's called the ex parte process. And if they're not eligible, or we could not make that determination through the ex parte process, a pre-populated renewal form with the latest information that we found is mailed to the member. And if the member does not respond, they're at risk of losing their coverage, even if they're still eligible. And that's the largest, most stressing item for us at this time is that we have members that we believe that are still currently eligible, but they're losing coverage because they did not respond to the mail that we received, that we provided and they received. Some of our current efforts is CMS requires a good faith effort to reach the member before closing and ending their coverage. We've implemented several outreach efforts to make sure we reach many members as possible. Again, our goal is we want all members who are still eligible to keep their coverage. And our key messages has been update your contact information, including your address, phone number, cell phone number, and email. Read the mail from Medicaid. And lastly, respond to the mail from Medicaid. That's where we need to help with public involvement, is making sure that these members respond to any request for information or the renewal packet from Medicaid. And our Unwind campaign, we have done a lot of outreach. We have 3 primary roles in our outreach, which is sharing information and spreading the awareness about restarting the renewals, aiding and assisting Medicaid members in updating their contact information, as well as completing their renewals. The campaign includes traditional outreach, including media interviews, social media posts, television, radio, digital advertising, and other creative efforts, including we just, we're about to undergo in the month of August, is that information will be printed about Medicaid renewals on the back of a Family Dollar and Dollar General receipt. We have a plan over the next 12 months that will rotate in the state over in targeting more of our rural areas so that we can make sure that we get the word out. Some of our efforts also includes a toolkit online. And I will provide this PowerPoint to be distributed to anyone listening today and for future reference, but our website is healthy.louisiana.gov. And we have the materials in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Arabic. Again, it's a toolkit to help anyone that wants to promote the awareness of the Medicaid redetermination unwind process. And another effort we've done is we have taken the state, every parish, and we have engaged partners from grassroots organizations that are going out doing neighborhood canvassing. They're They're hosting and attending community events. They're using phone banks. They're covering at sports events and festivals. They're outreaching to faith-based leaders. So every parish in the state has been assigned a grassroots organization, and those organizations are reaching out to members any way, shape, or form. If you have any other ideas about where we can target our outreach, we really do recommend you guys sending in some recommendations to us so that we can ensure that we're getting to all of our members. And our partners, just for everyone to understand, includes universities, Grambling and Southern, La Louisiane, the Louisiana Primary Healthcare Associations, which is mainly our FQHCs, our Rural Health Coalition, our North Louisiana Interface, People Care, which is the independent pharmacies, Southeast and Southwest Area Health Education Centers, the Medina Group, and East Baton Rouge Parish Council on Aging, and some of the organizations that we've listed, such as the Louisiana Primary Care Association, as well as the independent pharmacies. They've actually hired navigators to be in some of their pharmacies or some of their offices and clinics to actually help members understand the renewal process and help them guide them through what it takes to respond to Medicaid. We also, our 6 MCOs, I do want to say, I want to commend our MCOs. They've done a great outreach effort where we've been collaborating with them for over a year now. They are supporting us with return mail. They have done huge pushes to update the contact information, and they've really have worked with us with getting in contact with their enrollees when their month is up for renewal. Before I go to the next slide, I do want to discuss a few things. What we are doing with all of the MCOs and all of our contracting partners is that we send them, when the individual is up for renewal, we send them a file that says, hey, these members are up for August. And then 30 days after we mail that renewal, we send them another list. It's targeted to say these people have not responded after the first 30 days and they're at most risk of losing their Medicaid. So they all do targeted outreach to these members. So we have been doing a lot of outreach. We text, we email, we call, we're doing any form of outreach we can to get to our members to make sure that they understand the importance of them replying to that renewal packet they received from Medicaid. One thing that we can say we have been successful with is updating the contact information. We have only of the first month that we did renewals, which ran the last weekend of April, which was for the month of June. We only had about 8,000 return mail, which is just astronomically superb for Medicaid. That indicates that we've updated a lot of the contact information, but for some reason the members did not respond. So when I say that we've been successful on that, we still have not been successful for getting all the membership to respond to the renewal packet. This slide shows you we mailed out the last weekend of April, the first week of May, anyone that's their renewal packet for the month of June. The total beneficiaries who we initiated renewal in June was 151,000. The number of beneficiaries who we renewed was 91,000, either by that electronic ex-parte process or those members responded. We had determined almost 13,000 to be ineligible. They responded and we agreed that they were ineligible. However, this is the one that's a very hard pill to swallow. We closed almost 38,000 individuals effective July 1st for failure to respond to our renewal packet. These numbers will mimic the same for July. We'll have those numbers around the end of the first week of August for July. And sad to say, we have increased our outreach, more targeted to those members, but the numbers today still do not look much better than what we had for the month of June. So the reason that I am trying to share this information with everyone on the webinar today, it is the utmost important that Medicaid members, not only do they receive that letter from Medicaid, but they respond. And again, they can respond by calling, emailing, mailing, going into one of our 11 regional offices. And you know, they're losing their coverage. Now, I want to say we are expecting a lot of churn, and churn is basically members that close, like this group, for failure to respond. They either go to receive a service such as the pharmacy to get their meds filled, or to a physician's office to get some type of service, and they realize their Medicaid is ended. If they call back within 90 days of their termination, we can retro them back 90 days. So it's important that they call back, and then they won't have a lapse in coverage. If it's after 90 days, they have to reapply. So we do expect a lot of this 38,000 individuals to come back on. Now, we do think some of them will be ineligible, but we do think a lot of them are still eligible and will come back on at some point. It's just at what point that will be, no one has that crystal ball to be able to predict when they'll come back on the rolls. So that's really the information that I wanted to share today. The main thing is watch your mail and respond to anything that Medicaid has mailed to you. So I see there's a lot of questions in chat, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I think we can just start answering the Q&A. I am going to, I'm going to start with
You want me to read them, Tara, and you can,
yeah,
you and the staff can
go
answer?
for it. Yeah.
Okay, so this first one, I wanted to jump in and answer myself, and then I was like, wait, maybe I don't know the answer, maybe I don't understand it. So what they're saying is Medicaid available for children who have Medicare with a disability, and
So-
should we apply?
Yeah, so anyone that they believe that if they feel that they are Medicaid eligible can apply. And yes, we do have what we call dual benefits with Medicare and Medicaid. So yes, to that answer is please do apply.
And Tara, just a little bit further in that, if a child was deemed eligible for Medicare, I mean, for Social Security disability, that's what I assume this is, they would likely be eligible for TEFRA Medicaid, as well as maybe Medicaid financially.
Yes, baby, I was going to not go into a lot of detail because there's so many cases where that child may be eligible for different levels of service. Because if they have Medicare, they can also get where Medicaid picks up the premiums and the copays.
Right.
Or they can do TEFRA. They may be eligible for waiver services outside of the TEFRA program. So I think they just need to either call Medicaid or apply completely to see what's available to them in their situation.
Right. Now we have someone asking that someone renewed 1 week prior to the case closure, and however, he was informed the case is closed. What do you suggest?
He needs to call the Medicaid hotline number and let them know that he did reply before. I think that's just the timing issue, Bambi, of when we have to run the job with the closure and when it was received in the mail. So they could call back, and that's what would be considered churn for me. They would retro back. If that individual is still eligible, they would retro it back to his date of closure.
Okay, and we also have someone who, it looks like maybe they renewed with their primary care doctor, or maybe through their office. And then we have someone asking, is there an organization working specifically with individuals with disabilities in regards to, I guess,
There is. Well, so there is not an organization working just with disabilities, but I will say that if the person has received home and community-based services and waivers through the Office of OCDD, Citizens with Develop, I always say it wrong, Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, and Office of Aging and Adult Services. Both of those offices, we are working with our support coordinators and case managers. They also receive the file who was up, and they're trying to reach out to them. But outside of that, we don't have any targeted areas to those with disabilities. However, I will say the grassroots organizations such as the AHEX are very well experienced with working with the ones with disabilities. So they are doing a lot of outreach and trying to assist with that if they can be identified as someone with a disability.
Tara, I don't see any other questions, but just to piggyback on what you said, my son has a waiver, and I know his support coordinator reached out and reminded me whenever it was time to renew, which was June 30th. And I was a bit confused about the whole process because it was a little bit different, hadn't done it in years because of the pandemic. So it really was, even for me, a little bit like, am I supposed to do this? Or are they just sending this to me? And we really don't, we just have to ignore it. And so I'm glad the support coordinator just continued to follow up, and we did get it in time.
Yes. So we are working with them each month doing that. So is there any other questions?
Can people know when their renewal is due? Is another question.
So not really. At this point, because of the pandemic and we had to stop everything, and with CMS regulations, we basically had to divide the population by 12, and there were some guidelines about who could move months and who couldn't. So we just kind of had to shuffle people and to make our distribution evenly. So not everyone, just because prior to the pandemic you were the month of February, does not mean that February is your month. I know that is one thing we've been struggling with, and that's why we are expending so much time, effort, and resources on the outreach and doing all of this community work, is to make sure that we get to everyone. And I'm hoping everyone is seeing our billboards and they're seeing our television commercials, and somewhere in the community that they need to be monitoring their mail.
So we have another comment that a healthcare navigator in a meet was very helpful in reassuring me that my daughter was still eligible, since marketing efforts have been very effective. Thankful for the call to Vicky.
Okay, that is great to hear. Thank you. We are hearing trickling stories of our outreach efforts are being successful. So that is what we need to hear. And if they're not being successful, we also need to hear that and need to know where we can strengthen. And that's where I'm asking, if anyone has recommendations, they are more than welcome to send them to Medicaid or myself, so that we can make sure that we don't miss anyone. Our goal at the end of the day is to ensure that everyone that's eligible for Medicaid receives their Medicaid healthcare insurance coverage.
I see Liam has a hand raised.
Yeah, so just very quickly, Tara, I'm a Medicaid recipient myself. If I need to double check and make sure that if I need to reevaluate or reapply, is it better to reach out to the state Medicaid, or should I look to the region of where I'm at? And is it better to, go locally, or should I go more of a statewide reach out?
So, Yeah, you could either email Medicaid or call Medicaid.
Okay.
Charlene, can you put the numbers and the email in the chat for people to see? Please, not in chat, Q&A.
Sure, I'll get it.
Yep. All right. So Liam, I would email would be the best. Our phone, but we are doing such a great job of outreaching. We're being inundated with phone calls. So I don't want to sit here and say that you're going to have a quick phone call if you go call. But we are getting quicker response on email just because we can work in the evenings and on the weekends to help respond. I just had a conversation with CMS about our outreach effort has been wonderful. But yet now our call center matrix doesn't look so pretty these days. But that's just because we are getting so much information out in the communities. Everyone's calling to make sure that they're not missing their time frame. And so a lot of people are aware because we can identify when their renewal month is when they call in, but we just have no way of just telling everybody it at one time. So I think Charlene was putting in the chat. Yep, wait, Bambi, can you copy and paste that? Let me see if I can copy and paste that.
That's okay. I can put it.
You can put it in the chat. Okay.
I did.
Oh, we are trying to get you guys. We have it in Q&A, not in chat. We're trying to get it. Charlene is typing it again. Let's see if it's working.
Didn't show up.
Oh, I just put it in chat and everyone can see it. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I realized I was on mute. I'm starting.
Okay.
I see Demetria has a hand raised. You put your question in Q&A really quickly, and we'll, if you have that, well, and anybody else who has a question, we'll give you just a few seconds to get that in there, and otherwise we will wrap it up. That could just be an accidental hand raise. Okay. Let's see, any other questions? So I guess we'll go ahead and close. But Tara, but before I see, it sounds like we have someone talking. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Oh, we have some Q&As. Is renewal date and case notes online reliable? Tara? Are you there, Tara? I'm not sure what happened to Tara.
It seems as if she
Are you there, Tara? Maybe we lost her.
I think we lost her, Bambi. I don't see her.
Okay. Maybe one of her, oh wait, here's another hand. Okay. Jamie, you want to answer this question? Is the renewal date and case notes online reliable?
It is reliable if they're looking at the SSP, at the online portal. So if they go to the self-service portal, and if their account is linked with their case, then they can also see correspondence that's been mailed out to them.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answers it. And Tara, I see your hand raised. I think you can turn on your video again.
Hey, Bambi, this is Tara. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost video, but my computer froze up, so I'm just on my phone. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I think we're at the end. One more question. Do we actually have to renew if we use Medicaid often, or do I just renew and stay current because you go back and forth to the doctors?
You are required to renew every 12 months, so every year. So yes, you have to renew when you receive something from Medicaid.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's it. But Tara, before wrapping up today, I wish you had video, but that's okay. I hope you can see, or you can at least hear. I just wanted to thank you for your service to the state of Louisiana. I know that you will be retiring soon. Oh, I see you. You'll be retiring soon, and I know that you have had really jobs that just such magnitude and importance in the state. And I've known you for many years, and I know that there's a lot of challenges in the work that you're doing in Medicaid or the Office of Aging and Adult Services. But one thing that I know that I've experienced, and I think that other advocates will attest, is that you've always been an advocate for the people and making sure people had the services that they needed, even though there was pressure, there's political pressure, there's administrative pressure. You always were very focused on making sure people had what they needed. So just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for that, and enjoy your retirement for as long as you last.
Yes, Bambi, thank you so much for that. And for everyone that's on, I am retiring September 30th. I already currently have my 30 years in with the state. But I am not moving away from healthcare and advocacy. I really don't know what I'm going to do after I retire, but I am going to still participate in some form of advocacy in the healthcare arena, especially in the Medicaid and Medicare world. So I appreciate the comments. And now it's been getting emotional for me because it's getting closer. I don't know what I'm going to do when I wake up October 1st and I have nothing to do with Medicaid, but I'll still be around.
We're good. Well, congratulations and good luck, and we appreciate you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this concludes the conference for today, day 3. Tomorrow is our last day. We'll be here from 9 to 4 tomorrow. And we're looking forward to seeing all of you guys on our last day. Thank you. Have a good evening. Yay. Thank you, interpreters, Bianca and Tammy.
Thank you, Bambi. Have a good evening. Good to see you.
You too.
Have a good night.
Bambi, you're the host, so you would have to stop YouTube.
I didn't want to stay on here with you guys.